following is a production of Cary TV, the Town of Cary's government access channel.
I will call to order our April 15th Cary Planning and Zoning Board meeting, and we will begin by approving the agenda, and I understand we have one change. Mr. Shaw?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move to amend the agenda by removing item E2, which is 12 CPA 07, Meacham property.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye. Aye. That motion carries unanimously. Can we then approve the agenda as modified?
So moved.
All right, and a second.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, we have approved the agenda. Then we need to approve our minutes from our March 18th regular meeting. Do we have any corrections? Seeing none, could we have a motion, please?
I'll move that we approve our, our March meeting minutes as posted.
We have a motion and a second, please?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries. We're going to move right into our agenda then. And we have a number of public hearings tonight, so we're going to try to move fairly crisply into this. Just want to brief folks a little bit on our public hearing process if you haven't been with us before. We will begin by a presentation by staff that will be given at this podium to my left, to your right. That presentation will be followed by a public hearing. I'll open a public hearing, and we will start with an applicant presentation. The applicant has 10 minutes to present details of their request, and we will strictly limit them to 10 minutes when they have 30 seconds left. There's a little box on the podium here that'll light will turn from green to yellow, and that is a 30-second warning. When it turns red, I will ask the applicant to conclude. Following that, we will hear from citizens who want to address us on this case. And each citizen will have 5 minutes to speak. Again, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. The light will be green. It will then turn yellow for 30 seconds. At the end of 5 minutes, I will ask each speaker to conclude. We ask speakers to be concise. Where multiple folks are here to address us on the same topic, please pick a representative speaker and strictly adhere to the 5-minute limit. And please direct comments to the full board rather than individuals. And please be aware, in general, the board does not interact with speakers. With that, I'm going to open up or begin with our first case, and that is 12 REZ 28 Arrington Woods PDP. And Ms. Bierman, I believe you're going to educate us.
Good evening. This is a request to rezone approximately 3.18 acres located at the southwest corner of Kildare Farm Road and West Cornwall Road. The site is located across West Cornwall Road from Glen Eyre, and it is also adjacent to the Mayfair Plaza Shopping Center. And this is an aerial view of the site where you can see it in relation to Glen Eyre and the shopping center. The site contains 2 parcels. One is zoned R12 and the other is zoned office and institutional conditional use. There are 2 zoning conditions on the office and institutional portion of the site. One, a maximum height limit of 40 feet, and a general requirement that's related to driveway locations. This current zoning has been in place since 1991. The site is within the Mayfair Community Mixed Use Center. The Mixed Use Overlay District boundary is shown here in blue. The proposed zoning is Mixed Use District, which, as you know, calls for the initial public hearing to be before the Planning and Zoning Board. Just as a refresher, in the Mixed Use District, allowable land uses are those that are permitted in the Activity Center. Dimensional standards are established in the preliminary development plan, and the other general development and design standards of the LDO apply except where specific modifications to standards are requested as part of the preliminary development plan. The proposed use would allow a maximum of 72 age-restricted apartments. This age restriction would be implemented by requiring restrictive covenants that would be recorded prior to applying for a building permit. We will be recommending some changes to the wording of how this is accomplished, just for greater clarity and to be consistent with technical language in the Federal Fair Housing Act as it pertains specifically to apartments. And we're also suggesting some changes to require a certification from an attorney licensed in the state of North Carolina, just to make sure that we're implementing this as cleanly as possible. With regard to dimensional standards, the proposed minimum building setback is 20 feet and the maximum building height is 38 feet. This is a graphic taken from the preliminary development plan, and it shows the site layout where you can see the building, parking area, storm pond, and sidewalk connections to the surrounding streets and properties. The PDP does include several requested modifications to standards. These focus on some reduced streetscape widths and a parking reduction, and the applicant will be speaking to this during his presentation. The land use plan designations for the site are medium-density residential and low-density residential. These designations have been in place since adoption of the comprehensive plan in 1996. The blue line shows the boundary of the Mayfair Mixed-Use Overlay District, and when you look at the metrics for that district, the amount of the residential use in the activity center is currently well below the minimum target of 400 units. This project would be considered high density at about 22 units per acre, and it would contribute to creating a better balance of uses within the activity center. There are no stream buffers indicated on our GIS maps. There are no greenways or street side trails shown on the Parks and Greenways Master Plan. Cary's transportation plan designates Kildare Farm Road as a major thoroughfare and West Cornwall Road as a collector. This project did not meet the threshold for requiring a traffic study, so one was not performed. There are 2 existing transit routes on Kildare Farm Road. There's a C-Tran fixed route and a Triangle Transit route. There is an existing transit stop shelter on the shopping to the south of the property along the frontage of the shopping center. And there's a bus stop on the north side of West Cornwall Road on this side of Kildare Farm Road. Property owners within 400 feet were notified of the public hearing. Notice was placed in the Cary News, and the property was posted as required. Staff has not received any calls or inquiries regarding this request. And this concludes staff's presentation, and the applicant is here to speak to additional details regarding the request.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Sean Dahl. I'm with Grounded Engineering. I'm here to represent the project tonight. We also have the developer and the architect here as well, if there's any questions that are specific to them. To add a few points to Ms. Bierman's presentation, again, she said this is a 72-unit proposed development, age restricted. The age restriction would be 62 and older that we are proposing for this specific project. The public improvements that would be performed with this project include the widening along Kildare Farm Road and a widening along West Cornwall as well. Those improvements are about 280 linear feet along Kildare Farm and about 475 linear feet along West Cornwall Road. Those improvements include some widening to the road in addition to the extension or reconstruction of sidewalks along those frontages as well. With this development that we have laid out here, we are also promoting and proposing additional pedestrian connectivity throughout the site and between all the adjacent sites that surround this specific property. We have provided the vehicular cross-access that is required on the west end of the site in the format of the angled parking and street that was requested and required by staff. As Ms. Bierman indicated, the location of this site, we believe, is very important to what we're attempting to accomplish here. Right out in front of the site, we have transit lines that are available. 2 major transit lines are available for the residents of the project. It's within ease of walking distance of several retail, office, other uses that may be available. It's near downtown where the residents would have access to the town amenities such as the Arts and Cultural Center as well in downtown here. The 3 major reductions that we are requesting with this project. The first one, the parking reduction, as Ms. Bierman put it in the presentation, with the under the current standards for a typical apartment complex, this would be required to have 2.25 parking spaces per unit. With what we are proposing, with it being age restricted, it's on the transit line, and the access via pedestrian connectivity, the amount of parking we have provided is closer to 1.45 parking spaces per unit. If you look at similar projects that this developer has done across the state, those parking requirements that they provided on those specific projects range from 0.7 to 1.5 spaces per unit. And if you go back and look at them, and I have some aerial images I'm happy to pass around if you would like to see them, on those specific projects, half the parking spaces to a third of the parking spaces are still empty. With this age of resident and specifically being located along transit lines, not everyone has vehicles, and they choose to use alternate means of transportation. The other 2 requests that were made in the application were with regards to the buffer reductions along Kildare Farm Road and along West Cornwall Road. If you look at both of those, the one along Kildare Farm Road is required to be a 50-foot buffer. We have requested a reduction down to 30-foot buffer, which is comparable to some of the other developments that are directly adjacent to this property. With that, the actual building itself would be located 40 feet off of the right-of-way and about 50 feet off of the road. So there's still a strong buffer existing between the 2 there. Along West Cornwall, it's a 30-foot buffer that's required. We've requested a reduction down to 20 feet. Same thing along there. The building itself would be located anywhere from 32 to 48 feet off of the right-of-way and 42 to 60 feet off of the back of curb, the road itself. Those are the details about the project that we have for you here tonight. If there's any questions, again, we have the architect and the developer here, or we'd be happy to answer anything that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point in time, we're going to open up the discussion to any citizen that would like to address us on this case. Anyone at all? Seeing no one approaching the The clerk, I'm going to close the public hearing and open this case up for discussion from the board. Questions from the board? Questions? No questions at all. If there are no questions, I'm going to ask for a motion. Mr. Nath.
A question, though.
Mr. Nath.
I just want to make sure I understand. The current land use plan says no more than 8 units per acre, is that correct?
If you look at the actual plan designations, it's low and medium. However, since a more recent factor that comes into play with the land use plan is the introduction of the mixed-use overlay centers and the metrics that go along with that. So that becomes a more up-to-date guiding force, I think, for looking at consistency with the land use plan.
The proposal is for 72 units in about 3+ acres. That will
Yes.
bring it about
So it is
23 units per acre.
23, mhm.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Just a point of clarification, I think the applicant mentioned, or at least what I thought I heard, was that they were proposing the modification for parking for 1.45 or 1.25?
The request is to 1.25. We have 1.45, and the difference in the ratios is because at this time, we haven't done the full site plan, and if there's some adjustments that need to be made based on field topography, survey information that might be slightly different, we wanted to have a little bit of flex room. And that number was based on 1 parking space per 1-bedroom unit and 1.5 parking spaces per 2-bedroom unit.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And I think there was one other thing that Ms. Bierman pointed out to me back there as well. On the southwest portion of the site, there is the buffer along back there where the BMP device is located. The full buffer that would be required between the two sites is not provided there in that because the encroachment of the driveway from the adjacent site onto our site. So she informed me today that we would need to have that as a request for waiver as well, or reduction.
The option, the way that the site plan is drawn with the location of the storm pond, normally a 40-foot buffer would be required adjacent to the non-residential use. Because with the remainder, or most of the remainder of the length along that southern property line, this is wooded, and when you look at the wooded area that is existing on the adjacent property plus the buffer that would be provided, that meets the ordinance requirements. This section comes up closer to where this parking lot comes around, and the option, I was explaining to the applicant that there's basically 2 choices with that. If the site plan that's submitted is identical or very close to what's shown here in terms of the location of that pond, and that would be to request the reduction or include that buffer reduction in the rezoning at this point. Alternatively, it could be addressed at the time of site plan through a quasi-judicial process with the town council.
So just to be clear, are you requesting that as a variance?
Yes, sir.
In this request?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's okay with staff that we insert that at this late point?
That would be okay with staff. We have reviewed that.
Other questions?
Yes, Ms. Bierman, there was some reference to the historical property in this area. Maybe I don't remember exactly what it was. But can you talk about, is there any historical preservation unit nearby or in this property?
Any,
Historical preservation house or property?
There was something mentioned
There
in the
was
staff
something in the
report,
staff report.
the 1950s era.
let's see, let me take a look at that. There's not a site that's on, that is on the National Register. There is an existing house there that's an older house that may be But there's no special significance to my knowledge of that residence. But it is an older residence that's there. It was, and it's stated in the last staff report, it didn't have the potential to be considered for the historic landmark.
Okay, thank you.
And it isn't in our town inventory, right?
I believe,
It was just added
yes,
to
it
the
is in
town
the
inventory
inventory.
Oh, it's just added. Okay.
in the 2012, I think it said.
Other questions? Other than I just have one. The setbacks, the applicant indicated they are consistent with the neighboring parcels. Could you elaborate on that a little bit for us?
When you look at the reduced streetscape widths, they're typically, they're consistent with that. The property to the west has reduced streetscape width. That property was developed some time ago, and I believe the streetscape width there is, let me look just. Is approximately 15 feet for the property to the west. And then when you look at, I think the streetscape to the north is, along Glen Eyre is,
I believe
I
we have
believe
another
that
case that
streetscape
we're
was
going to hear
30
later
feet.
tonight that's going to change that as well, right?
excuse
We
me,
have another case that we're going to hear tonight about that parcel to the north, aren't we?
that could change that as well, yes.
And the parcel to the south, which is the shopping center,
Mm-hmm.
these streetscapes are
Yeah,
similar to that?
There's a limited streetscape along that area as well.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Could we have a motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion.
Please.
I move that the board forward case number 12, REZ 28, to Town Council with a recommendation for approval, as it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and all other applicable plans, and is reasonable and in the public interest for the reasons set forth in the staff report and presentation.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
Mr. Shaw, I think you beat out there, sir. We have a motion and a second discussion?
Well, the reason for my motion is that, as staff has pointed out, there's a need in that district for more residential housing. And I do like the fact that it's targeting the elderly, because I was recently discovered that in Cary, one of the largest demographics is the 50 to 60 age group. And any housing specifically targeted toward that group, I think, would be a welcome to Cary. And so for those reasons, I support it. I am a little troubled by the limited parking, but I don't see that as a major setback.
Other discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm a little bit concerned about the number of waivers that have been asked, and I don't see any rationale for justification for reduction in the streetscape buffer, reduction in the parking, and the density that was there. So with those concerns, I'm not comfortable with the resolution, so I'm going to be not supporting the resolution.
Mr. Shaw, you had something?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm also a little bit troubled by the streetscape and the waivers for that. Also, as far as the housing, this is 62 and over, which is above where the fastest growing demographics in Cary. However, as people begin to live longer, there are a number of us who are well over 62 years old, and so that is a significantly large group of people. As far as the housing within the area, if you ignore the actual limits, and very few people even know what the limits are of this particular activity center or whatever it's called. There is a lot of housing in that area. A lot of people live in that area. However, this would place some more that's within walking distance of the stores. Hopefully, the people there would walk to the various stores in the shopping centers and shopping in the area rather, or take mass transit, take the bus to downtown in that area. So I think those outweigh my problems with the waivers, so I will support it.
I'm going
Comments?
to just make a comment. I'm going to be voting against the motion, primarily because of the parking reduction. I think that this area is not well formed in terms of its commercial environment to use walkability as a justification for the parking reduction. And I also think that the streetscape to the west is reduced, and it's off of a major intersection. But at the major intersection, without some kind of increased plantings or other things to help with that buffer, I don't see a justification for the buffer reduction, excuse me. So that's my thinking going into that, so.
Other comments?
Sure, I'll say that I also think this is a great project. Having senior housing here, this location, as pointed out, is ideal, but I do share some of the concerns that were expressed. I'm actually okay with the rationale that was presented for the parking reduction, but I didn't really hear any justification for the streetscape reduction, and I think that perhaps with a lower density or some reconfiguration, we could meet our standards, and I think our standards are important to meet. So although I like the project, I will reluctantly not be able to support the motion either.
Other comments?
Mr. Chairman, just one comment again. I do think there's a need for additional housing for the people in this age range, but, and what I'm going to say should not impact this particular proposal, but there is another rezoning proposal in our agenda that will add a 3-story building in the Glen Eyre community. And so that will meet some of the requirements that Mr. Werner was talking about for that. So just to make a point on that.
Well, I'll chime in. I'd like to support the motion. I'm not concerned by the parking reduction. I think I've heard a relatively analytical reason for why seniors are going to have fewer needs for parking spaces. And the buffer reduction to 30 feet matches what Glen Eyre has on the opposite side of Cornwall. So I think it's a needed type of housing. It'll help this mixed-use district to fulfill its purpose, and I support the motion.
Well, and I'll take my chance to pipe in. I was also concerned about the streetscape. First of all, let me address the parking. I don't have a problem with the parking. I think people in this age category tend to have fewer cars, and I think data suggests that very often when you have a larger parking requirement, many of the spaces are empty. So I just don't find that to be an issue. I was troubled by the streetscapes until I walked it, and realized that a lot deeper streetscape probably wouldn't look that good compared to what's already there. It wouldn't look consistent. And the one thing that I loved about this that has been mentioned is it's close to downtown. Now, downtown maybe isn't the big magnet that we might hope for right now, but it is going to change. And this is a large population of people that could walk to our new downtown. And I think that's a very valuable thing to have. And so I'm going to support the motion. And so if there are no more comments, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Could we have, okay, so we have a motion that's 9-3?
No.
Right.
6-3.
6-3, I'm sorry. You have to listen to what I mean, not what I say. Okay, then we're going to move on to our next case, which is 12 REZ 31 Village Subdivision and Towns. Ms. Bierman, you're back on.
Okay. This is a request to rezone about 37.2 acres. It's located south of Wake Road and west of Green Level Church Road. This is an aerial, shows the view of the area, and you can see that a portion of the site is adjacent to the Alston Ridge Elementary School. About 24 acres of the site is currently zoned ORD, that's Office Research and Development. The remaining 13 acres is zoned R40. The site is also within the Village at the Park Neighborhood Activity Center, and the mixed-use overlay district boundary is outlined here with the dashed blue line. The proposed zoning is mixed-use district. Again, the process for the mixed-use district calls for the initial public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Board. And again, uses as permitted in the activity center, dimensional standards for the PDP, and other standards would be met except where specific modifications are requested. The proposed uses include 85 to 99 townhomes on the north side of Kit Creek Road, and an additional 30 to 35 townhomes and 30 single-family lots on the south side of Kit Creek Road. You can see here the townhomes in orange and the single-family lots in yellow. This gap in this area is a telecommunication tower, and then the fall zone area around that. And then this area is a stream buffer. And again, the Alston Ridge Elementary School. This represents a total of 115 to 130 units that represents a maximum density of 4.3 units per acre. The specific dimensional standards are included on the preliminary development plan. Basically, for the single-family lot size, the minimum proposed is 5,000 square feet. The setbacks are also listed, and these setbacks are comparable to those that you find in the TR, the Transitional Residential District. The preliminary development plan does include several requested modifications to standards. These include, again, reduced streetscape widths along Green Level Church Road, Kit Creek Road, and Wake Road, and you can see the location of those reductions with the green lines. Also, there's a request to terminate the construction of Road G, which is in this area. The actual road construction would terminate short of the property line, but the right-of-way, however, would continue all the way to the property line as required. This site is in the northwest area plan. It has a plan designation of mixed use and medium density residential. There is a note on the land use plan, note 3, that states that the MDR area should transition to single-family detached units along the western border, which is reflected in this development plan. The site is impacted by stream buffers. Final determination will be made at the time of site plan approval. The Parks and Greenways Master Plan calls for a street side trail along Green Level Church Road, and this is reflected on the preliminary development plan. The Cary Transportation Plan designates Green Level Church Road and Kit Creek Road as major thoroughfares and Wake Road as a collector. A traffic study was conducted. The preliminary development plan includes a commitment to construct the recommended improvements with a couple of exceptions, one being the traffic signal and realignment at Green Level Church Road and O'Kelly Chapel Road is not included as a condition on the plan. And also, the plan does include a provision for a second eastbound left turn lane on Kit Creek Road at NC 55. However, this does not address this scenario of if the first eastbound lane at that location is not already constructed by others at the time when this development comes through. This shows an extended aerial view with some of the major streets involved in the transportation improvements. The main reason I wanted to have this was to show the location of O'Kelly Chapel Road, which is an off-site location, so you can see the location of that intersection in relation to the site. There are no existing or planned transit routes adjoining the site. There is a future C-Tran route planned along Kit Creek Road and Green Level Church Road to the east and south of the site. Property owners within 400 feet were notified. Notice of the hearing was placed in the Cary News and the property was posted. Staff has not received any calls from citizens related to this request. And this concludes staff's presentation, and the applicant is here to present additional details regarding the request.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Moore. I'm a landscape architect with the site group located at 1111 Oberlin in Raleigh, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Village Subdivision and Town's Preliminary Development Plan project. First of all, I'd like to thank Mary and the rest of staff for the work they've done to help us get the plan to its current state. We have just a few short comments to add. We're here tonight as a continuation of the Village Subdivision and Towns project that began with the Land Use Plan Amendment in September 2012. That Land Use Plan Amendment was approved unanimously by both the Planning and Zoning Board and the Cary Town Council. We then moved on from the Land Use Plan Amendment approval directly into the Preliminary Development Plan process. We have developed a Preliminary Development Plan that meets the approved Land Use Plan requirements and have continued working with the adjacent property owners and town staff on the most appropriate way to transition from the higher density residential uses located to the east of Green Level Church Road over to the lower density properties located to the west of our site. We have support of the adjacent property owners for the concept that is being presented tonight. We are asking for your support of our preliminary development plan. The owners, consultants, and I are here to answer any questions you might have about the project. Thank you.
And do we have anyone that would like to address us? Anyone at all? Come on down.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Dr. Edmund Reese. We own the 40 acres to the west of the proposed development. And that would be just to the left of what you're seeing on the screen, running, I suppose, all the way there. The developers, when we were talking about this earlier, promised that we would have a 100-foot undisturbed buffer between the development and our land. And we were told that this would have to be done in the form of 65 feet actual buffer and a 35-foot undisturbed natural area, which is fine with us. Then we found that at the most recent planning meeting, they said there would have to be a trail through there. Well, that to us doesn't mean that it's undisturbed anymore and really defeats the whole point of it. We were also told that there would be a solid 8-foot fence between our property and the lots. I think there are a dozen lots along that west border. The fence was going to run the entire length of our property line, but nothing was said about what happens when it goes under the aegis of the tower that's there. Is the fence going to continue straight through that, or is it going to follow the perimeter of the tower, I mean, around the tower. And continue then in the lots that are past the tower that would still abut our property. We're also concerned about the stub that would be on the south side, I guess it is, of the tower. We're a farm, 40-acre farm. We've been there for 40 years. And we will probably will this to a land conservancy. We have no intention ever of selling this property. We see no need for any kind of stub to come up to our property line. And certainly we would want it to stop at, if it had to, we would want it to stop at the buffer rather than go to the line itself. I think that's our concerns, and I would happily address any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have anyone else that would like to address us?
Hello, my name is Roy Mashburn, and as you know, I've been involved with this project for about 12 years, and Dr. Reese and I have had an ongoing discourse about the potential development of this property for about 12 years now. We have no issue at all with any desire he has mentioned here. The issue, I think, is the staff has asked us to do this meandering trail, the stub, and the fence issue. We have no issue with it at all, so I don't think we have any issue with the adjacent property owner. We just need some direction from you on how best we meet his concerns and make him happy.
Would anyone else like to address us? Seeing no one approaching the podium, I'm going to close the public hearing and open this case for questions from the board. Ms. Muir?
Ms. Spearman, I don't remember us seeing fences in plans as part of our approval process. Isn't that kind of outside of this particular process?
With the preliminary development plan, if that is something that they want to commit to, they can show that. They can show that on the plan if that is if that is an item that they wish to commit to and be held to at the site plan.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yeah. Can you expound a little more on this trail that was mentioned at the public hearing?
Yes, there is initially. Initially, when this was presented, the applicant had requested that there be a 100-foot buffer between the adjacent property and the back of the residential units. There is a provision in the ordinance related to the mixed-use overlay districts that establishes a maximum buffer width of 65 feet to try to maintain, since with the mixed-use overlay districts where we're looking for a more intensive development within those areas. So there is an ordinance provision that's specifically related to mixed-use overlay districts that gives that maximum. Since we couldn't, the ordinance was not able to accommodate the 100-foot requirement, so a suggestion that was made as an option is if the outer 35 feet could be, that could be considered as private recreation space if there was an amenity in that area. So that's why the applicant added an amenity for the residents. It would be a mulch trail, requirement for a 3-foot mulch trail that would go through that open space area so that it, in effect, it provides for a larger area, but it does do that in the form of an amenity that can be used by the residents.
So let me see if I get this right. The neighbor has concerns, the developer wants to address them, and we don't let them because of our LEO.
That provision in the ordinance is specifically related to the mixed-use overlay districts, yes. So to change, that would require an ordinance amendment to change that requirement.
Of course, an ordinance amendment or,
Yes.
or variance?
Since it is most of the provisions in the ordinance can be waived or modified through this process. However, in this case, there are a couple of requirements, this being one of them, that are standards that are specific to mixed-use overlay districts in a more encompassing way. And so to maintain the integrity of that, that's not a waiver, that's not a standard that's subject to being reconsidered through this process. And it would require an amendment to the ordinance to reconsider whether or not we feel it's, you know, that town council could decide to change that standard through an ordinance amendment.
Can it be done through the Board of Adjustment?
The Board of Adjustment, as a variance, there are statutory findings that have to be made, and for that is representative of a hardship or unique situations that typically when you're developing an initial project for the first time and just simply not meeting that standard, it's not an appropriate request that would go for a Board of Adjustment variance and be able to meet those statutory findings from the in the general statutes for what one looks at for a variance.
Now, I quite understand the, in order for this to be considered an amenity for recreational, there has to be some active recreational aspect to it as opposed to inactive.
Right. So in staff evaluating that, we were trying to establish a balance there to have something that would maintain the naturalness that is being sought, while at the same time meeting the ordinance by providing an amenity.
Would not just a strip of land that remains wooded in its natural state, thereby benefiting wildlife, particularly birds, which go to people's backyard feeders, not be considered an amenity?
Well, that would be, we would consider that open, fall into a category of open space, but if it's simply open space without any more active amenity in it, then in essence, it's just a larger buffer. So we were trying to preserve the integrity of that requirement by having it be, where we felt we would feel comfortable with calling that a private recreation area as opposed to simply open space, which in effect would be the same, for all intents and purposes, would be the same as a 100-foot buffer, if it didn't have some additional aspect to it that distinguished it from the other open space.
So this was proposed as a 3-foot trail? Did I hear that right? A mulched trail?
A mulch trail that the residents would have access to walk through and enjoy that open space area near to the rear of the lots.
I have a question. What defines a private recreation area? What legally do we have on the books that compels a trail to be put in there in order for it to be actually called a private recreational area? And you said, well, then it just kind of functions as a larger buffer. Well, it does, and I think that's what both the applicant and the neighbor are looking for. They want something that functions as a larger undisturbed buffer, and something about our rules is hindering that. And so do we actually have a legal definition of a private recreational area that we have to apply here?
With the private, there are specific standards with public, with recreation areas or dedicated to the public. There are a range of private amenities, recreational amenities that, that developers can propose. We have everything from tot lots to picnic tables and picnic areas. And given that this was a linear strip that went down, the length, a good bit of the length of the property, we having a trail where where the residents could access that and utilize that area to some extent seemed a way to bridge the desires of the applicant and the neighbors while at the same time meeting the intent of the ordinance with providing for some usage of that we could consider a private recreation area.
So it's staff's interpretation that leaving it open for birds or children or whatever without a trail there would not meet that requirement, where having this path would?
Yes.
What would be the problem with a 100-foot buffer?
A 100-foot buffer, as I said, is inconsistent with the standard specifically applicable to the mixed-use overlay district that applies only in the mixed-use overlay districts, where there are areas where the intent is to have them be more intensely developed and take advantage of the area, to have more intensive development and not utilize as much of the area for areas that would not be used for more development. And that's the way that the ordinance was written, to specify a maximum that you can't exceed the maximum buffer width that would otherwise be applicable, and in no case can you exceed a 65-foot buffer. And that's simply the way that the ordinance reads and what with the language that we have now with what would be applicable in this case. And like I said, in this particular standard, the only other solution to that would be looking at, perhaps reconsidering that ordinance provision if that's something that you wanted to recommend.
So is that 35-foot strip, what is that technically called?
It would be, well, the entire area would be owned by the homeowners association, but it would be called private recreation area as opposed to open space. And there would be an opportunity, we could call it recreation area by providing an opportunity for a recreation opportunity within that.
I get the impression that Dr. Reese would like to say something. He's been standing down at the bottom. We talked about the ability to actually ask questions of speakers. Can we do that?
I don't think we finished developing our policy. We didn't.
I know we haven't, but we most certainly had a debate on it.
Could you identify where the doctor's home is on this adjacent property from this vicinity map? And what is that little gray irregular area in there? Is that a pond?
That's a pond, and I believe the house is right here.
Okay. And is that forest on that eastern side?
Yes, I believe that is a forested area.
Thank you.
I have a question. Could you talk a little bit about the stub that was mentioned, the road stub at the public hearing? Is that a town requirement, or they're asking for, that's one of the conditions that the applicant is?
The requirement, the standard requirement for connectivity is that the road be constructed to the property line for connectivity. If the road is more than 150 feet in length, then there's a turnaround that would be required for emergency vehicles. In this case, the applicant has requested that he's, would be dedicating the right-of-way all the way to the property line, but is requesting that the road itself not extend all the way. If you look on your plans, there's not a turnaround shown on the property when it comes to the time of, if this is approved with that reduction or waiver of that standard for extending the road completely to the property line, then at the time of the site plan approval, depending on the length of the road, and that could depend on the number of lots, the width of the lots, and exactly how it's, the details of how the lots are configured. If that road were more than 150 feet, then a turnaround, a cul-de-sac, would be required at the end. If it was shorter than 50 feet, it could just terminate.
Thank you.
And to be clear, this stub would actually go west toward Dr. Reese's property, is that correct?
Yes, the right-of-way would stub at Dr. Reese's property, but the road itself would stop short of there. So if the road were ever, in the future, ever to be, if Dr. Reese's property was ever developed and a connection, connection would be made to this stub, and then there would be, the need to, fund the final section to connect the two.
Now, it says in the report that there was intent to place conservation easement on the property, and Dr. Reese has pointed out that he doesn't expect to develop it, but that it would be used as it is now, and then will to some organization that would conserve it as it is now. What would be the point of connectivity when it's just simply connecting a residential area to woods?
Well, Dr. Reese has had stated that intent, but in terms of this particular request, there's no guarantee of that occurring. It's not part of this request. It's it's something associated with the separate property, and we have no control of that through this rezoning process. So even if that is the intent in terms of our zoning conditions, that's not something that we can take into account in terms of our assessment of the appropriate zoning conditions.
If it turns out in the future that conservation easement is granted and that land is conserved such that it could not be developed, would there be the possibility of the dedication being undedicated and go back to the homeowners association?
I don't know that I can answer that question right now. I think there are probably other factors, legal factors, and that would need to be looked at.
Because we certainly want to encourage conservation of land in the area, including within this particular site, but also off-site.
It sounds to me like it's likely we're requiring a developer to build a road to nowhere. Which, this is an interesting case because in two cases, we're kind of in the way. We've got two sides, an adjacent landowner and a developer that are in pretty good agreement. And they want to do something that makes sense, and we're getting in the way in both cases.
Well,
Is
and
that
that's,
right?
and this process is set up so that there's the opportunity to request that waiver to, to make an exception to those standards that are normally required.
Okay, so we can make a waiver on the road, right? But we can't make a waiver on the maximum buffer.
The road issue is, you do have the option with that to recommend that the applicant not extend the road all the way. That comes from Chapter 7. It's a connectivity requirement. That is a portion of the ordinance that is open for consideration for that question. The other issue regarding the open space comes from the portion of the ordinance that specifically gives requirements for mixed-use overlay districts. And because that is more of umbrella for mixed-use districts as a whole, then that's something that applies, that's not one of the ordinance sections that can be waived or modified through this process, whereas the connectivity issue is.
But there's a very important detail here that we've overlooked or we haven't talked about, and that is that when you go from the development to that open space, there's an 8-foot fence between that open space and the development. So you have the development, 8-foot fence, 35-foot trail, 65-foot buffer. So those residents don't, that's not in their subdivision. Now, the fence doesn't extend through that cell tower area, and my guess is that that's for legal reasons because the developer can't probably commit to putting something in that area, probably has the intent to. I don't know, but that would be my speculation. But
They would need to if it's a solid fence without any breaks in it, then they would need to access the area from a different location.
But
And
I
then
don't think
that's
parents are going to want to put their kid on a trail that is behind an 8-foot fence that is not part of their subdivision. That trail is, the only piece of land that trail will serve is Mr. Reese's land, and he clearly doesn't want it. Okay, I'm going to take a stab at a motion, and we can see what happens with it.
Well, first of all, do we have any other questions? Is everybody, okay, then go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to move that we forward 12 REZ 31 Village Subdivision and Towns forward to council with a recommendation for approval with a recommendation that the trail in the open space be removed. And I find that it is consistent with our comprehensive plan and all other applicable documents.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, who did? I'll second. Okay. We have a motion and a second discussion.
I think you basically hear what we think about that trail. So does everybody else seem to think about it. And so I hope that we can at least get some proposed language to amend the ordinance to remove the requirement for the trail and to allow buffers, to remove any maximum size of buffers in MXD overlay districts.
Okay.
And I presume that the motion to recommend approval would also include recommending not paving that Road G.
Would you like to make that wasn't specifically stated in the motion. Do you want to make a friendly?
Does that need a separate amendment, or is that inherent in?
The plan is drawn, doesn't draw it out. Is that correct?
Well, the plan, if you recommend the plan as proposed with the change with the trail, that would include the requested modification.
Okay.
So that would include the modification for
Okay.
the
So no further.
streetscape reduction as well.
Okay, no further amendments needed.
Okay. Other points?
Yeah, I'll say, I also think we ought to find a way when a neighbor requests something and the applicant wants to exceed a requirement, that the applicant be allowed to exceed that requirement. But I understand we have an ordinance, and we should look at ways to modify it. And I don't have a problem with the road. Unfortunately, I wish those had been separated from the overall approval, because what I do have a problem with is the same thing I had with the previous one, which is the streetscape, which we didn't spend much time talking about. On the upper portion of the property, I heard no justification for a reduction in streetscape. And just like before, I think we could achieve meeting that requirement, that LDO amendment, which I think is a reasonable bar. And we do have high standards with reconfiguration or a couple fewer units or something like that. So unfortunately, for the same reason as before, I can't support the motion, although I support the intent behind it.
Other comments?
Well, my only comment is the streetscape on the northern portion, on the eastern side, seems to be adequate in proportion to what you see in the adjoining apartment development. Did you visit that site by any chance?
Yeah, and again, same as the one before, but standards evolve over time, and if we always have exceptions to build to lesser standards, then we never, ever catch up as redevelopment
Well,
occurs.
I
So
know, but-
I think we have the standards for a reason. You know, you can look at it either way, but, so I agree with your point, but I think we should meet the ordinance requirement in this case, and I think we could.
Other discussion?
Perhaps that could be a motion to amend to this to ask that the street, that no waiver be given on the streetscape. I would certainly support that.
If I can make a comment to that, as part of the PDP process, it is, unless the applicant offers a change, it is a package where
Okay.
you look on balance with all of the components of it.
And I think there's multiple pieces to the motion, and I think we've all made our opinions made, and the motion is fine to vote on. I think.
I'd like to make a comment on that particular point because I came in concerned about the streetscape reduction as well. But I took a look at where that streetscape reduction is, and it's really internal to this site. You're not going to have any through traffic here. It's just going to be right internal to the site. I expect the product that will be built here is going to be built around that new urbanism streetscape thing that we keep saying. And so we're not creating a blight on the community. We create something that's unique to the internals of this site, and that makes me a lot more comfortable. Are there other comments, Mr. Moore?
Yes, I will say that even though I am going to support the motion, the streetscape reduction does concern me. And I think that's something that I would like the applicant to take a closer look at before it goes to council. I think that a larger streetscape, one that meets the LDO or is even greater than that, would be appropriate.
Seeing no other comments, I'm going to call it for the vote. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Hands maybe. Nay?
No.
That motion carries 8-1. And we're going to move on to our next case. And this is 12 REZ 20, the Herndon Burt property. And Ms. Bierman, you're back with us again.
Okay.
We're working hard tonight.
This is a public hearing on a request to annex and apply initial Town of Cary zoning to two parcels that total 15.78 acres. This site is located at the northwest corner of NC 55 and Turner Creek Road. These parcels are in Wake County, outside of the town's ETJ. Annexation is required in order to apply initial Cary zoning. The shaded area shows the property is notified of the public hearing. Property was posted and the hearing was advertised as required. Currently, the property is zoned R40 in Highway District in Wake County. The Highway District allows a variety of residential and institutional and commercial uses. The HD portion of the site includes about 5.24 or 5.42 acres. The R40 area supports residential development at about 1 unit per acre and also certain other uses that support residential use. The proposed zoning district is residential multifamily conditional use, and it's within the Watershed Protection Overlay District for Jordan Lake. Proposed zoning conditions include a list of permitted uses that could allow several uses in the group living category, or up to 120 duplex or townhome units, or up to 68 patio homes, or several other uses that are in the park and open space category. In addition, there's some zoning conditions for additional setbacks and buffers along the north property line, some privacy fencing behind units along the western property line, more masonry on the buildings than the ordinance would otherwise require, and the road improvements as recommended in the traffic study. The traffic study was performed, and those road improvements include a straight left turn and a right turn egress lanes from the site onto Turner Creek Road, and also a 100-foot left turn lane on NC 55 to enter the site, and left and right turn egress lanes onto NC 55 from the site. Property is designated for medium-density residential use on Cary's land use plan. This designation was put in place in 2004 with adoption of the Southwest Area Plan. The property to the north is designated for low-density residential use, and there is a note on the land use plan recommending a 100-foot separation between the medium-density and low-density development at this location. According to Cary's GIS maps, there's a stream buffer impacting the north boundary of the site. And this, the location of this, or the presence of this, would be determined at the time of site plan approval. The Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan does not show any parks or greenways in the vicinity of the site. NC 55 highway is designated as a major thoroughfare on the town's comprehensive transportation plan. And this is a more broad view that shows the relationship with the property to the west and to the north. There is a recorded right-of-way reservation on the adjoining property to the west that you can see in this location. This could ultimately be used to provide a second connection to NC 55 for the Harmony subdivision, which is the subdivision located to the west. During the course of the review of this rezoning, a plat was recorded to shift the location of that reservation so that, to shift it to the south slightly so that it would, that alignment could accommodate the additional buffer that was required and provided along the northern boundary of the site. There is an existing triangle transit route along NC 55. There are no required transit improvements for this site. At the public hearing before the Town Council, which was held in October of 2012, there were 17 neighborhood residents that spoke. They spoke in opposition. A primary concern related to access and traffic, and the potential for the future road connection to Rapport Drive, which is the connection into the Harmony subdivision. There were also some additional concerns related to drainage and erosion issues, primarily to affecting properties to the north. And this concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is here to present the request and provide more detail.
At this point, I'm going to open the public hearing, and we will start with our applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning and Zoning Board. Jason Barron with Morningstar Law Group here on behalf of the applicant and owners. Here with me tonight to help present this case and answer any questions that you all may have are representatives of D.R. Horton, who's the proposed developer of this site, and those representatives are Matt Brubaker and John Nance. Also here is our project engineer, Robbie Bell with Bass, Nixon, and Kennedy. I'll try to keep my remarks short and avoid repeating much of what Ms. Bierman so adequately described as essentially the proposed rezoning. This is 15.78 acres, again, located on the west side of Highway 55, north of Turner Creek Road. The proposal is to rezone it to a medium-density residential classification, and the idea there is to develop it consistent with the town's land use plan. I do want to speak briefly about what the current zoning means and what our proposal is doing. The current zoning, as was mentioned, is a combination of highway district and residential 40. The highway district is actually 10 acres. I think Mary might have said 5, but the highway district portion of it is 10, and the R40W is the other 5 acres. So roughly 2/3 of this site is zoned highway district. The highway district uses, and I pulled up the use regulation table from Wake County, which can be consulted by you all through their website. I pulled it up just before I left just to kind of get an idea of what uses are permitted in the highway district, and they include a number of things that are squarely inconsistent with the town's long-range plan for development of the site. They include daycares, hospitals, banks, kennels, funeral homes, hotels, offices, any number of non-residential uses, which at this site are obviously incongruent with the town's plans as well as the existing built environment. So one of the advantages that we really see behind this proposed rezoning is that we're bringing the site into consistency with the town's overall plan for development of this area. In addition, we believe that a medium-density residential development on this site is a good transitional use. Again, you've got lower-density residential to the west and to our north. We have Turner Creek Elementary to our south, and then the heavily traveled NC Highway 55 to our east. So we believe that, as you know, certainly with respect to the Harmony subdivision, which is to our west, that a medium-density residential use is a good transitional use away from the major thoroughfare. And you know, as it relates to Chesney, which is the subdivision to our north, we believe that a medium-density residential use is a good transition as you go from the school site to the south to us and then up to them. So again, we believe that the medium-density residential proposal that is before you all is consistent with the town's long-range plans. It's a good transitional use, and it eliminates a lot of bad uses that could be developed in the county as of today. Since this case was originally publicly heard, that was actually back in October, a number of things have occurred. There have been a number of meetings between representatives of D.R. Horton and the various interested parties who live in Chesney and Harmony. And if you were at the public hearing or if you reviewed the public hearing, they were very outspoken with their concerns related to the case. D.R. Horton, I mean, I live in the town of Cary, and one thing you know, if you live in the town of Cary, if you do the work that I do, and if you sit at the board that you all sit at, when residents speak their voices are heard, and it's one of the things that makes the town of Cary a great place to live, a great place to work. D.R. Horton is well aware of that, and so when they received the comments from the folks in the area, they took them seriously, they took them to heart, and they said, okay, based on these comments, what are we hearing and what can we do to make our plan more palatable for the folks who are in opposition to our plan? So I want to highlight some of the conditions that have changed since this case was publicly heard. I won't go through the conditions that existed at that time. I really do want to speak exclusively with respect to the additions that have been made and then touch on one that we would like to make, but I'll explain what that means. As an initial note, group homes are no longer permitted. We've stricken that from the list of permitted uses. I think in Ms. Bierman's presentation, group homes were shown as a continued permitted use, and that's something that by condition we have not included. And I will do my best. Mary, I don't know if we can go to the expanded aerial. Maybe it's slide 2. Bear with me for 1 second. I just want to kind of highlight and describe for you where these conditions, yeah, that'll work. The first condition I want to talk about is with respect to buffering to the adjacent low-density residential Chesney development. I'll do my best. Chesney is this subdivision here. This is the subject site. Essentially what's being provided via this condition is in this area here, and it's roughly an 80-foot buffer. If you look at the wording of that condition, it doesn't say an 80-foot buffer all the way across, and the reason why is that in this area here, there is a town of Cary buffered stream. So there's no buffer that's needed to be provided in that area, but we are providing roughly an 80-foot buffer on the west side of that as well as the east side, so that there's a consistent buffer all the way along the northern property boundary as you move into the low-density residential. On the west side of the development, and I do want to make a point, the Herndons who own the property and who are also here tonight, they are the sellers of this site, but they also live on this property here. There's actually a home under the word site. I don't think the site actually, the word exists there in real life, but there's a home under there, if you can imagine. And then there is also a home up here on Turner Creek Road. Those are not being rezoned as part of this. They're being excluded from the proposal. And as far as I know, the Herndons aren't planning on going anywhere. They testified at the public hearing. They plan on living there, and their family plans on living there. So I do think it's important to note that as it relates to kind of the transitions that we're providing along the western edge of our site, the Herndons are clearly the most impacted by anything we do over there. With that said, residents at the public hearing expressed concerns about privacy. So what has been conditioned is along the western boundary is to provide a privacy fence wherever there's a building. So wherever there's a townhome unit, and again, we want to be very clear, this is a proposed townhouse development. That's what D.R. Horton wants to do on the site. that the proposal will include a privacy fence behind any building along the western edge of the property. The next condition I want to talk about briefly is with respect to the materials associated with the units. By condition, the developer has committed to doing at least 50% masonry on the front of any unit, and then at least 35% masonry on the sides as well as the back. So there's no carve out here. Even where units wouldn't otherwise be visible, they're providing for 35%. That was in response to a concern that was raised with respect to the quality of the townhomes that are going to be developed in there. So we didn't get into great aesthetic detail, we recognize, but we believe that committing to a higher percentage of masonry than otherwise is required by the code, and then doing that all the way around, will advance the value of the homes that will be developed here. The last condition I want to talk about, and then I'll talk about something that we would like to do, relates to the transportation impacts associated with this development. Something that was talked about extensively at the public hearing were the transportation impacts and the impacts on each of Highway 55 as well as Turner Creek Road. Even though at the time a TIA wasn't required by the town for development of the site for a rezoning, the developer went ahead and performed a TIA. Actually, in some of those transportation meetings, the developer invited representatives from Harmony to participate in the meetings. There was actually representatives from Harmony participating in meetings with each of NCDOT as well as Cary Transportation Engineering, again, because they heard this is a big issue. We want to know what are the transportation impacts, what are they going to be. We have conditioned our zoning case to commit to doing every improvement that's recommended in that TIA. There is no exception to that. So again, we heard the neighbors loud and clear, and we have accommodated those desires and have incorporated conditions doing every recommended improvement included within the TIA. The last issue I want to talk about is really not an issue. We had a meeting with the neighborhood group, I believe it was 2 Fridays ago, again, in a continued effort to try to respond to concerns. At that meeting, we became aware of a legitimate safety concern that those folks have. And I'm going to go over to the map here. The safety concern relates to...
I need to give you a warning, 30 seconds.
All right, child safety. I'll move quickly. There's a sidewalk serving Turner Creek that children use going down here and accessing the school site. The problem is they have to cross this access drive here in order to get to the school. They have to cross it here, and then there is no sidewalk here. They enter a sidewalk that comes in through here. We have contacted Wake County Public Schools to see if they'll let us, as part of our development, construct a sidewalk on the western edge that would prevent that inherent conflict between children and motorists at the entrance to the carpool line. So that is a conversation that has been well received by Wake County Public Schools, and we are moving, we believe, in a positive direction along those lines. We had offered to do a condition, and staff had indicated that we couldn't commit to a condition requiring that as part of our development, but we're happy to do so. In sum, we respectfully request you all move this along with a recommendation of approval and are happy to answer any questions. Bam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bierman.
If I can just make a couple of comments, I'd like to interject. First, with
just to be clear, we're in a public hearing. She can, yes, okay.
First, with regard to Mr. Barron's comments regarding the group home and having that item taken out from the permitted uses, I do want to clarify that even if with that use stricken from the list of uses allowed in the district, that is a use that does have some protections under the Federal Fair Housing Act, so that it's really beyond our ability, or the ability of the local government in North Carolina to prohibit that use. So whereas it can be taken out of the list of uses included with the rezoning, in reality, if someone were to come in with that use consistent with the provisions from state and federal regulations, then that use would be allowed. The other point, just to reiterate, as Mr. Barron said, that the issues related to the school, we don't think that that is an appropriate condition for this use, as it's not an impact that's tied to this property. And so any discussions of the intent of the applicant in pursuing these things is really something that should not be considered as part of the deliberation for the rezoning request. So I just wanted to
real
clarify
quickly,
those points.
how could he, let's say it's a good idea, which it sounds like it is, how could he do it?
Well, they can certainly do it. They could, they can certainly pursue that. But in terms of your deliberations with that, there's no mechanism through this process to really guarantee that. There are ways it can be done. There's private agreements that can be done, or the applicant can certainly do that. But just in terms of, making a decision with the assumption that that will happen, just to clarify that there is no guarantee, although the applicant can certainly provide information indicating his intent.
Thank you. So at this point, we're going to invite speakers that want to address us in this case. Please come on down.
Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, thank you for your time and diligent consideration
Can
on
we
this
first
matter.
of all get your name, please?
My name's Antonio Rutolo. I'm Vice President of the Harmony Homeowners Association. I am acting on behalf of our HOA President, Joel Green, directly representing the common interests of over 300 families and reiterating the general concerns of hundreds of other neighboring families. It's our understanding that comments this evening are expected to be limited to the changes made to the application since the Town Council meeting last October. Unfortunately, despite council members spending 20 minutes or so giving D.R. Horton very specific instructions to bring solutions to issues brought by the neighbors to the table, they've done very little. Despite what the applicant has just claimed, last Wednesday represented D.R. Horton's first and only invitation to the Harmony board members to discuss matters brought by the community. Based upon the conversation, D.R. Horton finally offered their very first suggestion. It was a good idea, but it requires significant coordination with the Wake County Public School System, which may or may not happen, particularly at this late date. Moreover, their sole suggestion attempts to address only one aspect among many valid concerns brought by area residents. D.R. Horton eventually had a traffic impact analysis conducted. However, despite our repeated encouragement, this TIA did not, and I repeat, did not consider the special traffic and pedestrian implications in the affected area, which include school buses, carpool lines, and crosswalks at the year-round Turner Creek Elementary School, which is located directly across the street. In addition, the TIA clearly shows that the proposed design will not meet, nor even come close, to acceptable Town of Cary guidelines. Congested roadways and extended wait times for folks trying to exit the development will encourage unsafe behavior. Drivers will inevitably pull out into oncoming traffic after extended waits, make hasty turns, quickly speed up or quickly slow down in an attempt to compensate for the congested vehicle and pedestrian traffic. Given that one of the intersections proposed is to go into an already dangerous school zone, we respectfully insist that the danger to our children is too great to even consider this. The dangers of this area to Turner Creek Elementary School students, staff, and parents has already been demonstrated by numerous calls to the Cary Police, who regularly patrol the situation in response to filed complaints. Allowing this development without careful consideration of its impact on the safety of our children is simply unacceptable. Oddly enough, the applicant is claiming that this is somehow okay, because the failing cases are at the exits of the proposed development and affect only them. Additionally, to call adding traffic lanes and stop signs as meeting recommendations of the traffic study seems dishonest and insincere at best. One would assume any developer would intend and would be required to produce, or provide rather, asphalt and stop signs at their new exits in any case. Unfortunately, this lack of reasoning is not acceptable and is seen for what it really is, an attempt to maximize profits at the expense of the truth, the quality of life for neighboring communities, and the safety of Turner Creek Elementary School families. As listed in our original statement to the Town Council, this proposed development does not meet the LDO requirements for parity with surrounding existing developments. The inappropriately high density of D.R. Horton's proposal directly contributes to the inability to provide safe roadway and traffic conditions. The current density of the surrounding area is approximately 3 dwelling units per acre. As reiterated by several council members during the October meeting, the proposed 7 dwelling units per acre, while being at the very upper end of medium density described by the LDO, is completely inconsistent with the existing communities in the surrounding areas. Please note also that all of the information in the current application regarding neighbor meeting refers to a meeting with the Chesney Glen community and a preliminary meeting with HOA presidents. The application does not refer to a meeting with Harmony hosted on December 5th to allow D.R. Horton the opportunity to hear our residents. There's no reference to those concerns being considered, and there has only been one change to the application other than the TIA. While we do appreciate the small amount of masonry increase, it was one of several suggestions brought to the table. Despite the council's recommendation that D.R. Horton bring suggestions, they have not. We are very disappointed that D.R. Horton has made no attempt to rectify this in almost 6 months since receiving instructions by the town council. We respectfully ask the Planning and Zoning Board to table this matter until such time as D.R. Horton has addressed the issues as requested by council, or recommend to deny the proposal altogether. To go further with this application is an unfortunate waste of everyone's time and would be done so at the expense of safety, quality of life, as clearly illustrated by the traffic impact analysis
I'm
and
sorry,
area residents.
I need to stop you right there.
Done.
The red light.
Done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And could we have our next speaker, please?
Thank you. Oh, I didn't fill that out. I have 2 different applications or petitions that I'm submitting here with signatures for 2 different ideas. They were signed by Harmony
Could we
residents.
start with your name, please?
My name is Ed Casper. I'm a resident of Harmony, which is the property where it says site, which is just to the east of the property. Harmony's right in here where Alliance is. And the homes along Alliance, there's about 7 or 8 homes along there. They were given notices to opportunity to speak, and they asked me to represent some of their ideas. And that's in one of the ones that are going around here. And basically on that, what they feel that the developer has requested a change in the zoning from 3 dwelling units to 7.6. D.R. Horton stated their townhome development met the LDO as a transition from single-family homes into townhomes and then into the school. We really feel it's not a transition but an imposition, and that will destroy our home values and diminish our community as well as the surrounding area. In our conversations with D.R. Horton, they stated that they will build, what they build will be determined by market values. As homeowners, we're all concerned with what our properties are worth. On the second page here, you'll see the prices according to Wake County assessed valuations. Along Alliance, they have an average price of $486,000. Chesney to the east has a price range of about $250,000, and the other subdivision to the west is over $300,000. So you're building they're going to build homes that are from 50 to 24% of the housing value, and plus the density is going to go from 3 to 7.6. So that's a major concern for a lot of the homeowners right there, and also where I live. One of the examples that I state, my name is Ed Casper. I'm at 516 Alliance Circle. My house, which I paid about $525,000, it was about $100,000 more than the other houses, and that's for the basement. So in my opinion, D.R. Horton's building houses that are basically just a little bit more valuable than my basement. Not that they don't build good homes, but comparing in the neighborhood-wise, I think it's rather low. And so we're not asking for them not to build anything, but to build houses that are comparable with the community and at a density that is around the surrounding area, which is a density of 3.0, and that fits into the Southwest Community Plan. The second petition that I have going around, over the last 3 months, Harmony homeowners did meet and express their concerns with the developer. Our HOA president met over 6 times with the developer, and we have consistently asked for their meeting minutes, but they refuse to provide any notes at all. D.R. Horton has previously provided such notes for other meetings, and that's posted on the website with Chesney and other meetings. We are disappointed that ours have not been made available. When they say they're trying to work with us, but they don't acknowledge the questions that we're asking, our concerns. So I'm sad to say we as a community have been ignored. At the last meeting with the developer had introduced a mediator, and that was a surprise as our board members who just spoke here weren't even aware that there was going to be a mediator present. And the mediator didn't have any information about what our concerns were. So how can you have a meeting if nobody's really prepared, if nobody knows what are the concerns? So we really feel we've been ignored. And this 110 units going in close to the school, we really feel will be a problem. Right now, if I zip ahead here a little bit, Turner Creek School is about 90% occupied. So there's room for expansion. But the plan also calls for a 2% growth rate annually. So in 2 years, that could be another 4% going up, which is at the time that development will be completing. But within that, right now, on some of the references I place here, 18.7% of our children are what's called temporary classrooms. So,
I'm sorry, I need to stop you there. The timer has caught you.
Okay. Please take the time to read the rest.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, please. Going to ask.
Good evening.
I'm going to come and move to the left one. There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Which side do you like better? This? Okay. I'm almost here. I was in the entertainment business for too long. Anyway, I live at 102 Alliance Circle.
What was your name?
My name is Joe Fleischman. That's my real name. Like that. Anyway, I'm surprised that this meeting has even come this far. I got a letter inviting me to speak for 5 minutes. That's part of the reason why I'm here, even though Ed spoke, which all my neighbors encouraged him to go and speak for them. But since I was able to tonight, I'm directly here myself. Anyway, at the corner there and the whole area there, during the school morning and when the school recesses and lunchtime, etc., and at the end of school, between the buses, the movement of children and the cars, it's bad news. I had to call the police a number of times to help control children from having accidents. I, in the past 2 or 3 years, have grabbed 3 or 4 kids crossing the street that would have had an accident. And it is bad news. Anyway, I paid around $450,000 for my house, and I'm not thrilled with the value of what's coming in there. I'm not against single-family homes that are on par or close to with or better than what I have. I'm not here to really stop progress, but when it goes in a totally different fashion, that's something else. Anyway, as you can hear from my accent, I'm far from this area. I don't come from this area whatsoever. And where I'm from, New York or Florida, South Florida to be exact, they wouldn't even have meetings like this. They would just go and do it. And the reason why they would just go and do it, because it would go basically to the highest bidder. Whoever is the highest bidder, that's what would happen. When I moved here originally, I expected that the place that I was moving to here for my children was above all that, and that the people here were more conservative, they were more righteous, they had an idea about conservation and how communities should be and should be kept. And I'm very surprised that it is not like that. That's why I'm here. That is the main reason. I went to the meeting with the builder, H.R. Horton, and quite a few of the people left in the beginning of the meeting. It was basically lip service. It was a travesty, it was a joke, and the outcome of the meeting was that nothing was happening. It was like talking to a parrot. Matter of fact, I have 2 parrots and they can converse with me, meaning they can answer me in a little more depth than the meeting that took place. Because of this, quite a few of my neighbors, as soon as this passes, will be selling their houses. That's a definite. The people that Ed met with, all of them are letting go of their houses. They don't want the density, they don't want the crowd, and they moved here to Cary for a reason. And the reason that they moved here doesn't seem like it's here anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Jim Salembeer. I'm at 104 Berrybrook Court from Chesney Glen Development. I've been one of the originals from Chesney Glen. I moved there in '93, so I've been there almost 20 years. My property, if you look at the first picture in there where the A is, it's right. It butts up right against the Herndon property. So the main concern I really wanted to bring up about this, I heard everybody else's stuff, is there's, on the north side, there's a few residents that, are pretty up close to where some of these townhomes are proposed. Our feeling basically is we feel that the number of townhomes that are really being planned really doesn't match the surroundings of the areas. I mean, all you have to do is look at picture 1, and you can see it. I mean, even on all these layouts, I mean, it's low density, right? Chesney Glen is 78 homes. And then you're gonna, so that's basically, 3 homes, per acre, and roughly they're proposing 104 homes, which is again 7 homes per acre, right? So if you look on the latest proposal that they're putting in there, I'm going to have now 9 of these total right behind my house that I'm going to be viewing. I know there's a buffer, but it's still an impact. After 20 years of being there, it's been all woods. So I know there's going to be a definite impact. So basically, based on, there's other residents that I'm speaking for that live along the north end and the boundary there. We're basically asking that you deny this and at least try to either come up with a better proposal on the number. I mean, density is key here. I heard a lot of people, you know, saying different things, but when he's maxed out, all you have to do is look at picture one, and you can see how packed them townhomes are in that property. I mean, it's dense. There ain't gonna be much room. You know, I'm green. You look around the surrounding areas, everything's green around there, and it's nice. I've lived there 20 years, I should know. You know, I was there when it was a 2-lane highway. There was nobody else there. So I'm hoping, you know, that basically, you know, that gets resolved. But what I'd like to bring up too is one thing that we brought up with the developer, and obviously he's not going to really do too much, is we asked him to reduce the density, make it match the surrounding area, but that's not to his best interest. So I've talked to him personally. And so that's what I wanted to show you. Basically, that second picture in there, you can see behind my house, there used to be a few homes, but now he bunched them up. He moved things because they had to move the assessment pond and everything. And so he ended up, you know, putting more behind my house. There's really going to be about 18 now, you know, townhomes behind my home directly. And so I'd like to make another comment based on the changes. I didn't hear the Horton person who first spoke. He had said there was an 80-foot buffer on the north side, and when I was originally told a 100-foot buffer. So I don't know what happened between now, you know, from 80 to 100, you know, when I talked to him last. So maybe they can comment on that, on you know, why we lost another 20 feet, you know, behind my home. I didn't hear him mention about a fence as well. I had a request to put in a fence behind the 9 townhomes that would be, you know, directly behind my house as well. So maybe he missed these items, but that's some more concerns I have. So basically, I don't have a whole lot of trust in the proposal and what he actually says either at this point. So that's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to address us? Anyone at all? Seeing no one address the podium, I'm going to close the public hearing and open this case up for questions from the board. Mr. Gascon.
The land use plan designation has medium density residential, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you give me the numbers of dwelling units per acre for medium density again?
3 to 8.
3 to 8? Okay, so that's on our plan. And on the county, the existing zoning districts for the county, there's 2 of them on the property, is that
Yes.
correct? And it's 5 point, no, those are the acres. Can you give me the potential dwelling units per acre for those 2?
Most of the property is the highway district, which is, it's not a residential district really that allows for a lot of, that's the Wake County district. I don't know all of the densities that would be allowed with that, but that would allow a number of commercial uses. Okay. There's a smaller area, a couple of smaller pockets that are zoned R40, which would allow basically 1 unit per acre for those. So that could be, you know, possibly 3 or 4 residential units maximum.
3 or 4 next to
Single family.
commercial development of some
Yes.
sort?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Warner.
Just a small point. In the write-up, under the growth management plan and the analysis, where it stated that adequate infrastructure and services appear to be available, was that a typo, or is there a question about whether or not there is adequate infrastructure to support the development?
I think in terms of looking very specifically at adequacy of the infrastructure, that would be done at the time of the site plan approval. I think that would indicate that there aren't any red flags that show up at this point to indicate that the services, you know, and basic services could be provided to that site.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Miller.
You said, I think you said that the existing land use plan and medium density residential was there since 2004? Is that?
Yes,
Okay.
for the Southwest Area Plan.
And I think you had a slide that showed the uses, permitted uses and/or conditions. Am I recalling that correctly? It was either there, I didn't find it in the written report. There we go.
And there's the next slide also has conditions.
Can we go to that one and then come back to this? I just wanted to compare the conditions against what we heard, if we could. Right, okay. And could I go back to the other one and look at, I'm sorry, to make you flip back. Right. I was interested in those densities for those uses. Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yes, I have one concerning traffic. Is there going to be a turn in addition to the roadway, but an additional turn onto Highway 55 from this property?
There's a proposed access point onto Highway 55 from this property, and it'll be a full movement driveway. It has a center turn lane, common turn lane on NC 55. NCDOT's reviewed this, and they're finding that location, general location, upon further review, seems to be appropriate, given the amount of information they have to date. So that'll be fully vetted during their DOT driveway permit, but they have met with them, and they're generally okay with that location.
And it would be a sign controlled, not a...
It'd be stop sign control. There's not enough volume coming off the side street to justify a traffic signal, so they'll have to wait till there's gaps in the travel stream in 55 for them to make a left turn out or a right turn out.
Okay. And what is the volume of making a left turn, expected volume?
It's pretty, I think it was pretty light. It was like, let's see if I can have my glasses on. 3 vehicles and 4 vehicles in the afternoon. In the morning, it's 4 and 7. So four left and 7 right. So it's a fairly small amount of traffic coming out during the peak hours anyway. There'll be obviously more during the day, throughout the day, but during the peak hour when people are going to work, those are the kind of volumes we're talking about, very, very small volumes.
Has there been any kind of a gap analysis done?
Really didn't need to, given that's small, you're looking at one car over a 60-minute period for that type of volume. You're looking at one car every, 10, 15 minutes coming out of the driveway, particularly make a left turn out. So it's a fairly small, so they didn't even need to do a gap analysis, and knew that the level service, trying to make the left turn out on any busy street is very difficult. So there really wasn't a need to do that. It wouldn't have given them any better data than they have by modeling it.
Okay.
Do you mind if I piggyback on that?
Go right ahead.
We heard a concern that the traffic analysis did not consider the unique characteristics of having a school, a year-round school there. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? Because I do know that where you have people waiting to pick up folks in carpools, et cetera,
Right.
that you have some unique characteristics.
Right. I think that it was pretty much fully outlined in the report. They did evaluate the operations at the school's entrance, because the timing of the peak period for the school is much different than what the peak period is during out on Highway 55 and Turner Creek Road. So they took a very conservative approach, and they kind of split the analysis into two different worst case scenarios. What's the worst case it would be at 55? What's the worst case it would be at the driveways going into the school and its proposed entrance? So they did take that into consideration. Some of the safety issues that they're talking about is there adequate pedestrian facilities and things like that along the roadway? That would not have been identified in the traffic report anyway. The traffic report is purely congestion oriented. It doesn't predominantly look at safety issues. Those are more site plan issues that we will be getting into. We will be requiring this development during site plan, if it does go forward, to widen out the frontage with curb and gutter. There'll be pedestrian facilities, of sidewalk along the entire length of the roadway. The town just built sidewalk on Highway 55 along this property frontage in order to connect neighborhoods to the school. So some of the other things that Wake County could be doing internally as far as getting children into their facility, that's something that maybe some conversation with Wake County and the Harmony subdivision, as well as maybe this developer, they can maybe collaborate with Wake County. Maybe they can get some better pedestrian facilities into this school.
And are you satisfied then that this request addresses all of the traffic mitigations identified in the TIA?
They've addressed it, well, they've offered voluntarily to make all the mitigations that were outlined in this traffic report. We're satisfied with the consultant's work that's been prepared. It's been prepared consistent with our past reporting to you all.
Other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Freeman, can you go back to the slide number 57, which describe the kinds of uses? I'm sorry, maybe that's not the slide number. That permitted uses, yes. Okay. And the first permitted use in zoning condition is group home. And you mentioned that in this proposed rezoning category, the group homes will be allowed, regardless of what the commitment from D.R. Horton. We cannot do anything into the rezoning to say that the group homes will have to be eliminated. Okay. And if we do that, that means if D.R. Horton were to not develop and somebody else were to come and develop this property, and we have rezoned its mixed use and this proposed classification, the other party could develop as a group home in this property.
Let Ms. Glover speak to that issue.
Yes, groups homes are a protected category under the Federal Fair Housing Act, and we recognize that in our ordinance, and we have special provisions for group homes. And actually, we are amending the LDO, and you'll see this at your next work session when we talk about LDO amendments, to clarify that group homes are really an accessory use. They are not a primary use of a facility. They are akin to an accessory use, and we're going to rearrange the LDO to make that more apparent. And it actually came up partly because of this rezoning. But group homes are a protected category, and so we can't restrict them outright from residential areas. They are allowed by federal law in all residential areas. So that's why we didn't feel it was appropriate to make anyone think that we could flat out prohibit group homes in any part of town. Under federal law, we believe we cannot.
But if we did not rezone into this category and left as a medium density residential single-family homes, then the group homes would not be allowed in this property.
Group home will be allowed in any residential use.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Beard, did you have something?
I'm just ready to make a motion when everybody's got their questions done.
Any other questions?
Okay. I'm going to move that we forward 12 REZ 20, the Herndon Burke property, to council with a recommendation for approval, finding that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and all other applicable documents.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? One more time. Do we have a second?
I will second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second discussion. Come on, we need to talk about this.
I'll speak to the motion since I made it. My first meeting on this case was in November, and so that was months ago. And at that time, there were quite a number of concerns raised regarding the kinds of things we heard at the town council meeting. So it was kind of an echoing of that. And when I look at the staff report, and I see the number of significant changes since that time, I think, I don't think that the facts support the argument that the developer hasn't listened and isn't doing anything to address their concerns. You've got 7 expensive and voluntary conditions that they have added since that time. And the density is within what Cary put forward in the comprehensive plan for MDR for this property. So, so that's where I come with, it's consistent with our plan. We developed a plan. We said, you know, we'll go up to this many units an acre. We've got that many units an acre and all these additions to it. So that's the reason for my motion.
Other discussion?
Yes.
Please, Mr. Miller.
One thing that concerns me about this is the difference, lack of transition, and the difference between what's proposed here and what surrounds it. It is surrounded by single-family homes, much larger lots, and much lower density. Here we have a much higher density than the surrounding neighborhood. I don't think that is appropriate. What particularly concerns me on the traffic issue is that additional connection driveway onto Highway 55. Now, I drive by 55 in the morning, particularly during rush hour, many times. And it is very heavy traffic, but not so heavy that it's not fast-moving. It is fast-moving traffic and fairly heavy. The gaps are not very frequent. Now, I recognize that there only 4 cars per hour making a left-hand turn under the traffic study. However, that's 4 times every day during morning rush hour that you have a chance for a T-bone collision. People have to, when they're making that left turn onto 55 without a signal, they have to look for a gap in both directions and make that decision to turn. For someone, and presumably those 4 people, would be ones where going all the way down to Turner Glen and turning out and then making a left turn, the signal would take too much time. They're going to be in a hurry. Sooner or later, somebody's going to misjudge a gap, and we'll have a really bad accident. I believe that is either 45 or 55 or 50 miles per hour. I think that's in the 50 mile per hour area. I know that from my own experience, traffic is generally, if possible, going faster than even 50. And I think that we're asking for an accident by having cars making left-hand turns without a signal. The right-hand turn is not quite as bad. At least you're only looking for a gap in one direction. But the gaps are not very frequent. Sooner or later, somebody is going to misjudge and make a turn that he shouldn't make, and there'll be a collision, a fairly high-speed collision. So based on the traffic, plus the fact that this is not in keeping with the general area neighborhoods surrounding it, I'm going to oppose this. It also appears from some of the comments we've received that there's still much more discussion that needs to be held between the applicant and the neighbors. So I'm going to oppose this.
Mr. Warner.
Mr. Chairman, I realize that what's being proposed by the applicant does meet the Southwest Area Plan in terms of density, but I can't get beyond the fact that the townhouse community really and truly doesn't fit the character of the surrounding communities. And for that reason, I oppose it. I believe that they ought to go back to discussions with the neighbors and come up with another plan for this particular property that does fit the character of the developments to the left or to the west and to the north.
Comments? Mr. Gascon.
I find it difficult every time we deal with something like this that in our work sessions, the city attorney instructs us over and over and over, we need to look at the rezoning and not necessarily the plan. I mean, this isn't site plan. The rezoning is for essentially medium density. I mean, that's our land use, and for all intents and purposes, they can go from, I think it was 3 to 8, something like that.
Yes.
So all they're doing is saying what they would already be allowed under medium density, they're going to take one off the top. They can still go down to 3, they can go to 5, they can go to 7, but they can't go to 8, which is what they would have under medium density. The layout, the plan, it's hard not to take that into consideration, but I don't think that's our charge. We were told over and over and over again, it's the zoning. I find medium density zoning, essentially the conditional that they're asking for, appropriate on this site. Is 7 maybe high? Maybe it is, but I'm not a member of site plan, so I'll support the motion.
Other comments?
I have one question to the chair, actually. You sat in on the initial neighborhood meeting with Mrs. Muir?
Yes, I did.
Do you agree with her assessment of the developer's reaction to the neighborhood's comments?
I don't think I can answer that because there's been a number of meetings that have occurred. I sat in on one of them. It was an initial discussion. I don't have enough data to tell you what's happened since, and so I'm not qualified.
Did you get the impression that the developer was not even listening to what was being said?
At that meeting, I think the developer truly showed, from my understanding, an interest in finding a path forward. But as I said, I wasn't in the subsequent meetings, so I have no idea what happened.
Okay.
Ms. Muir, you were there.
Yeah, I was there. I mean, I wasn't at the other 6 meetings that the developer held with them, but I would say that that in itself is a testament to their willingness to try to get something worked out.
Was the Harmony neighborhood represented at the meeting
Yes,
you were?
I met Joel, the president, the homeowner association president, and
Well, I'd like to see less density, but I agree with Mr. Gascon that
Here's the frustration.
Look at the
we face
zoning.
every time we get one of
They're
these
within limits.
transition projects. Medium-density residential is defined as a transition. We like to transition densities from very low densities to medium densities. And particularly when you've got a highway like 55, it's very hard to put low density next to it. I realize we do have it to the north, but in general, a developer has a hard time selling homes that are in the low-density cost range right next to a highway like 55. And so we have this standard, this policy that we use here in Cary that says we want to transition densities between uses, having medium density closer to things like highways. The problem that we get into here is invariably when you start talking about medium densities, it becomes the top end of medium density rather than a midpoint. And we really don't have a lot of discretion to say, well, if we rezone this to medium density residential, that it is likely to be lower than what is proposed in this case. It's not going to. The reality for the homeowners is you're not going to get a $500,000 a home, single-family residential development in this parcel. I think it's extremely unlikely. The market conditions don't bear it. So you're going to have something that is going to transition from your very nice homes that are single-family toward the highway. The question is, what is it? We were kind of given this category that is medium-density residential that thing fits into. Unfortunately, it's a fairly broad range, and I think that's what we're struggling with. I wish there was a compromise here. I don't think if we approved medium density with 5 units per acre, that it would address the local homeowners' concerns. I think there would still be concerns because they're not going to be at the same price point that the existing homes are. I might be wrong, but I expect that that's true.
I would like to make a further comment. As far as being near a highway, which of course this is, you only have to go up Highway Interstate 540 into Raleigh and Edsel Road. You'll see the houses on that back up to Interstate 540 in an area where 540 is very congested. and a lot of traffic, more than Highway 55. Yet, that is low density, fairly large, fairly expensive houses, large lots, backing up to Interstate 540.
But those houses were in existence
No, these
before
are
540 came in.
These are new houses. If you look at the maps and see when they were built, Edsel Road is fairly new. You can look at some aerial photos that show Interstate 540 and woods where those houses are now.
Do we have other
See
comments?
similar things, Charlie.
Yeah, let's give a couple other folks a
I
chance
also
here.
agree with Mr. Shaw here, and maybe these are old subdivision, but look at Highway 64. You have McGregor Downs and McGregor West, which are all more than 500,000 to $1 million homes, and they are right next to 64, which is very high density, very intense traffic road actually. So people do live in those neighborhoods, and if the neighborhood is nice, they're willing to live near the major thoroughfares.
Yes, I'll say I agree to a large extent with Ms. Muir and Mr. Swanstrom's comments. The neighborhood should expect something's going to be built here, and the something is going to be medium-density residential. It's been that way for 9 years. And you should expect to have to negotiate, as unpleasant as it may be, with the applicant. And I think the applicants offered several reasonable conditions in response to the concerns. The buffer to the north, the privacy fence to the west, the masonry to address the property value and traffic amendments. What I don't think is necessarily reasonable for the neighbors to expect is that the rezoning, which is what we're doing, applying to this medium-density residential land use plan parcel, should be at the top end. It's 7.6, and the most it can be is 8. And I think, as has been pointed out, that's not a transition density. I think the density is too high, and I think that's the one key thing that we heard many times that has not been addressed, even though some other things have been. So, there needs to be a negotiation, but I don't think it's reasonable to apply a rezoning that would allow up to 7.6, the top end of what this allows.
First of all, I appreciate the homeowners and voicing their concerns, and we've all listened to them, and I agree with some of what they're saying. But I also think that D.R. Horton has done a good job of trying to address those issues. My concern is on 55 with the traffic, but again, they've addressed the concerns from the traffic study and have come up with some solutions. So I also appreciate them contacting Wake County Schools and trying to work with Turner Creek. So I'm going to support the project.
Other comments? Mr. Warner?
Just one last comment about the transition. I mean, we talk about that a lot in a lot of our cases, and since I've been on this board, I haven't seen a worse transition in terms of the larger lots with single-family homes down to a high-density townhouse development. That's not a transition that I think that we're trying to seek or we're trying to find, to ensure that we have continuity in our neighborhoods, continuity and character in our neighborhoods. And again, I think the transition is all wrong. I think that a more appropriate transition would be obviously a less dense townhouse community than what they're proposing.
Other comments?
I just want to go back and reiterate what they're proposing is, again, something that is a benefit for us, but ultimately what they're proposing is the zoning of the property. I hate that we get hung up on 7 dwelling units and 6 and 2.5. There is a range that for me, when I'm looking at this, my charge is to vote within that range. There's a top end that they can build here. If something changes tomorrow and they want to build to the lower end, they have that capability. So again, from where I'm coming from, and it's reiterated in our work sessions all the time, it's the zoning. So I will support that.
And to clarify that, I think you're talking about the land use plan has a density of 3 to 8. The zoning in front of us right here says they are conditioned of up to 7.6 dwelling units per acre. And that's the part I would.
And
to be clear here,
They can go up to that. They can go below that too.
But they could condition it.
Well, but that's not my charge, that's site plan.
I would like
It's a
to,
zoning condition.
yeah, I would like to comment on that.
Yeah,
They
Mr.
can
Mill.
always go lower than what they can go up to.
Mr. Shaw, come
Okay.
on in here.
And I hope the attorney will correct me if I'm incorrect, if this has changed. But in the LDO 3.4.1E, approval criteria for rezonings, one of those is that it meets the comprehensive land use plan. That's one of them. There are some additional ones, total of 6. One of those is that providers will be able to provide public safety, educational, recreational, transportation, and utility facilities. Another one is that it will not have significant adverse impacts on other property within the vicinity. These are criteria that is set in the LDO for rezoning, not for site plan, but specifically for rezoning. And as far as safety, I've mentioned that, transportation, effect on other properties within the area are all part of the rezoning criteria.
Other comments?
I'll just pass on a little piece of information that I learned regarding Mr. Shaw's concern about 55 and the traffic there. I was in a downtown meeting the other day, and one of the things that Tim Bailey, the traffic, or one of our engineers on staff, mentioned was that the opening of 540 has significantly lessened traffic on 55. So those gaps are probably better than they were a year and a half ago.
Yes, but I have driven 55. Yeah, I've driven 55.
I see there's widespread disagreement with Mr. Bailey.
Yeah, you use that.
Excuse me, I'm going to have to call to order, please. It is a business meeting.
Okay. I have driven on 55 as early as this morning, last week, the week before. 55, NC 54, as it's called at that area, has been open for some time. The traffic on 55 in the morning is still bad. It does move at a fairly high speed, but there are not very many gaps. It's still fairly tight. It is very difficult to make a left turn if you don't have a signal.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments? In that case, I'm going to call this motion. I'm going to ask you to repeat your motion just because it's been quite a while.
I move that we forward this to council with the recommendation for approval.
And you had no condition? Or
No changes.
All those in favor of the motion as stated?
I will ask a clarification. In the staff report, the language about the group home is stricken, but in this, it remains. How will it go forward to council?
It can go forward to council with it stricken from the conditions, but we would still need to, in terms of the list of uses that are allowed for the conditions, but we would need, to maintain in the staff report and also clarify with council as needed that that is a use that in reality we don't have the authority to out and out
So we can put
prohibit.
it in our ordinance, but it will be unenforceable.
Well, I think the LDO amendment that I mentioned to you is actually going to kind of fix this problem we have, because their list of permitted uses is fine, and they list patio dwellings, townhouses, et cetera. And when we do the LDO amendment, it will be clear that group homes will be an accessory use to any of those sorts of residential principal uses.
Okay, so yeah, forward it as written.
Okay. Any other comments? In that case, all those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Please, hands, please. 1, 2, 3. All those opposed, say aye. Aye.
No.
That
I move that we take a brief recess for 10 minutes.
Does that give staff direction, or do you need an alternate motion? Does it matter?
No, we forwarded it. Well, do we want to do an alternate motion?
Well, I don't, but you guys might, yeah.
If someone would like to make a motion to forward it with the recommendation for denial, that's an appropriate action at this point.
I'll do so then. I move that we forward case number 12, REZ 20, the Herndon Burt property, to Town Council with a recommendation for denial, as it is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and all other applicable plans, and denial is reasonable and in the public interest for the reasons set forth in the staff report and presentation.
We have a second. We have a motion and a second discussion.
And I'll just say, for clarification, so everybody can, so there's no doubt when it goes to council what opinions people had.
We have a motion and a second. We have discussion. All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
This is hands again. Okay, so it's the same, wait a second, 6-3? Same 6-3. Okay, so that motion succeeds 6-3.
And I would enthusiastically support taking a break.
Okay,
Which was mentioned.
let's take a 7-minute break, being back at exactly 5 minutes to the hour, please. We have quite a bit on the agenda. Thank you. I'm going to call the meeting back to order, and I understand that we may need to do a correction on that previous case. So, Mrs. Bierman, as hesitant as I am to reopen it, we're going to reopen the discussion, okay?
Okay, I need to make a correction to the last case. I just realized after you made your motion that there was a mistake on a slide. Let me go back to that. In looking at these proposed zoning conditions for the last case, the applicant did make a change after the initial public hearing related to the number of townhome and duplex units that changed that number from 120 to 110. And I apologize, I didn't get that change on this slide. That changes the density related to those units from 7.6 to 6.9 units per acre. So I just wanted to clarify that in case that has an effect on how that is viewed. And again, I apologize for not catching that mistake, but I did want to make that clear.
And the staff report that we got was correct.
The staff
right?
report
It was
is correct. It lists the correct conditions with the strike-through to show a change, but that is one additional change that the applicant did make that wasn't reflected on the slide.
And now I'm going to ask for some legal help concerning what our options are at this point.
I think at this point, any of the 6 folks who voted in favor of the motion to denial could make a motion to reconsider that vote if they were so inclined. Otherwise, you can just take the information under advisement.
So any of the 6 people that voted for the motion to deny, are you interested in a reconsideration?
Doesn't make a difference to me.
No motion?
No motion.
In that case, we are going to let it stand. And we're going to move on to our next case, which is 13 CPA 01, removal of the Southeast Cary Parkway extension.
Good evening. This is a council-initiated request for the removal of Southeast Cary Parkway Extension in Southeast Cary. What is currently in the Comprehensive Transportation Plan that was done in 2008 is a proposed 4-lane thoroughfare with landscape median to Campbell Road. That's an extension of Cary Parkway from Holly Springs Road. There's a note that says connect with existing Gorman Street at Tryon Road. That was approved during the 2008 update. The general plan and the regional transportation plan is that this extension would then extend into unincorporated Wake County over to Yates Mill Pond Road, across Steep Hill Creek, and over through the ETJ of Raleigh to Gorman Street near Tryon Road, and connect over to the I-40 interchange at Gorman Street. Just for clarification and later on, this general area in here is a development called McNair Country Acres. It's a large farm, horse farm, and generally everything to the east of that is NC State farmland property, NC State University. Closer in, looking at the part that's in Cary's jurisdiction, the extension goes from Holly Springs Road over to Campbell Road within our jurisdiction and crosses 3 properties, including the Jones Farm, which is the large property along Holly Springs Road. The proposed cross-section of the extension right now is a 100-foot right-of-way, 78-foot roadway section, 4 lanes with a median. Just on background, Cary Parkway Extension has been in the Comprehensive Transportation Plan since 1978, and with the option to connect to Gorman Street being put forth in 2001. 1978, it was supposed to be Cary Garner Parkway and extend all the way over to about where Timber Drive is now in Garner. Back in 2011, the City of Raleigh requested that CAMPO, the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, or the Regional Transportation Planning Organization, remove the proposed Gorman Street extension from their plans, and that has happened in terms of the City of Raleigh's plans and their CTP. Raleigh sought to remove it due to potential impacts to NC State's property, the McNair Country Acres, Equestrian Facility, the Yates Mill Pond watershed, and buffers along Steep Hill Creek. CAMPO, their Transportation Advisory Board, approved that request to start the process for removing it from the CAMPO CTP, and by doing so, they asked for a traffic study to look at the effects of doing this before they actually pulled it. The study was partially done at the request of the town of Cary. This was initially brought forward to our council in November of 2011 when the City of Raleigh initially requested this. At that time, staff looked at 4 different options that we could take. Council decided that they would like to see the study before they make a decision, and what resulted was the Swift Creek area study that I mentioned earlier. It evaluated 8 different alternatives to the Gorman Street extension, the Cary Parkway extension, and they're shown on the map here and then a figure in the staff report. The findings of the report basically found that removing Cary Parkway extension would require widening Tryon Road from Walnut Street to Cary Parkway to 6 lanes from the 4 lanes it's currently designated, but that without the Gorman Street connection portion of the extension, that Cary Parkway extension could be 2 lanes and handle the traffic that it would travel along it. These are a couple of the findings of the Swift Creek area study, and it shows that without the extension at all, you can see a number of roadways in the 2035 horizon here at the evening rush hour. You see the Tryon Road, which is all along here, would be at or over capacity in its 4-lane version. You see that Yates Mill Pond Road is at or over capacity, as well as Holly Springs, parts of Kildare Farm, and Penny Road. Looking at the effects with or without the extension to Gorman Street, what was originally in the plans with the Gorman Street extension added on to the end of Cary Parkway was that it reduced about 7,500 trips off of Tryon Road, which allowed it to stay at 4 lanes. The extension itself, if it went all the way to the interstate, was about 25,000 vehicles per day, and it added about 10,000 to the existing parts of Cary Parkway near Lockmere. With the extension cut off on the Raleigh side and ending at Yates Mill Pond, it still reduces traffic on Tryon Road by about 5,000, by about 2/3 of what the original plan was. The extension would carry about 13,000 trips, which is within a 2-lane capacity, and it would only increase traffic on the existing Cary Parkway 7,000 trips a day. That would still allow Southeast Cary Parkway as it exists today to be under capacity, only at level service C, only about 50% of its capacity that it was built for, because when it was built for 4 lanes, it was basically built for the plans that it would go all the way to Gorman Street. So with the results of the study, we came back to council this January. The results were presented to council, and the council directed staff to begin the process to amend the CTP to remove Southeast Cary Parkway extension from Holly Springs Road to Campbell Road and to remove the associated note. Staff was directed to address alternatives to relieve congestion during the community plan update, which also includes a transportation plan update that has started, and most of you see it as the Imagine Cary plan being put together right now. So with their direction, we notified the 18 properties that are within 400 feet of the extension as planned as today. Letters were sent out to them both on February 12th and for the first public hearing on April 11th for this. Signs were posted on April 1st, and ads were posted in the Cary News at appropriate dates. The comprehensive transportation plan in terms of roads showed Cary Parkway, Holly Springs Road, and Tryon Road all as 4-lane median divided roadways around the area. Campbell Road is a collector street, and there is no plans for existing or future transit within a half a mile of this location. The Cary land use plan shows low density to medium density residential within the path of the extension. And more specifically in the southeast area plan, we see that on the western side, there is low density to medium density residential plan with a maximum of 6 dwelling units per acre. On the right side of the stream that runs in between Campbell and Holly Springs Road, it is very low to low density residential based on the adjacent tracts that are already developed near there and similar development plans. There's several notes in the plan that talk about the conservation of natural view sheds, transitions to existing neighborhoods, and development density as key issues to be looked at if any redevelopment was done in the area. The existing zoning for the whole area is R40. In terms of parks and greenway, there's no parks planned in the area, but there is a greenway planned along the stream that parallels the 2 streets in between. That would be along the sewer easement shown here. There's also a proposed street side trail, which would be the street side greenway that extends from that center point all the way back to Cary Parkway to Marla Doral Park near Tryon Road. This shows the 100-foot stream buffers along that stream, along the area. It is in the Swift Creek Watershed Overlay District, and there's 50-foot buffers along the other tributaries. The Historic Preservation Plan shows 3 areas of note in this area, including the Jones Farm, the Franklin Jones Farmhouse, which lays here near Holly Springs Road, an older house, Franklin House, that's behind it, and the Franklin Family Cemetery that's just north of the alignment. All those are on the Jones Farm property. In terms of community impacts, removing the extension could discourage increased development in the Swift Creek watershed, eliminate future property impacts to landowners, potentially reduce direct and secondary environmental impacts. It would increase traffic congestion on Tryon Road, Holly Springs Road, 1010, and Penny Roads. Potentially would require an ultimate cross-section for Tryon Road that would be increased to 6 lanes. The removal of this connection runs counter to the town's connectivity policy. The connectivity policy in the LDO dictates this town seeks connections and a stub towards Campbell Road. The removal would also preclude any other plans other than Gorman Street to the east. And the connection from Campbell Road to Yates Mill Pond Road remains on the Wake County Transportation Plan as a collector street. If there was a redevelopment in this area, even without this, we'd still require a local street connection to the direction of Campbell Road. Depending on how things would go, it would be a stub out at first or could be extended at some point. Since the initial staff report in January, we've had 18 citizens contact us about the issues. Most are just wanting to know what it was when they saw the signs out. But we had 3 that were supported the removal based on their property impacts of the road. 3 that opposed it because they believed the road, once Fordland Road, would connect to the extension. If this was taken out, they think there would be cut-through traffic through the Fordland neighborhood. There was also opposition because of the more traffic on Holly Springs Road and Penny Road, and one citizen thought that this was a good connection because it would connect to I-40. We had several people that were neutral in terms of the extension itself, but were more concerned about what redevelopment opportunities and possibilities would be on the Jones Farm property and how that would affect their nearby lands. And this is the case of the one where, just to illustrate, right now, Campbell Road, you cannot turn left out on Tryon Road because of the 2 signals that are so close to it at Jones Franklin and Yates Mill Pond Road. The only signal in the area is at Cary Parkway, and it's a stop-controlled intersection at the other end of Campbell Road. The neighbors that had concerns said that they would feel that people would try to cut through here so they could actually get a signalized intersection. And that would assume that with a Jones Farm redevelopment, that would require the Fordland Road to connect up to that local street that would be across from Cary Parkway. At the first public hearing, 2 property owners spoke in support of the removal. Council had a mixed bag of comments, saying that there was different interpretations on the value of removing or keeping the road. There was concerns that it was not consistent with connectivity policy, that it may hinder future long-term possibilities. We did make note that there are other improvements needed in the area on 1010, Penny, and Holly Springs Road. And they had a question of whether taking this out would actually cause Tryon Road need to be 6 lanes. They also asked that we speak to Raleigh and Wake County Planning to find out what their plans were. In speaking to Wake County's transportation planning staff, they said that they would still look for a connector street between Campbell Road and Yates Mill Pond Road, but that if this was taken off the books for Cary, it would just allow them more opportunities for moving that north or south instead of connecting straight to it. Raleigh, while they took off the Gorman Street extension, in the transportation study done for Swift Creek area, still wanted to evaluate other opportunities for east-west connections, including Yates Mill Pond Road widening or connections across the creek further south if the NC State property were to redevelop. I also learned from the city of Raleigh that since the removal of their plan, that about 39 acres of the McNair Country Acres property has been put into a conservation easement with the Triangle Land Conservancy. It's the portion that's along the creek and at the bottom side of theirs. That's probably about 1/10 of the whole property, and that they have had preliminary meetings with the property owners now that are looking for redevelopment potential. In terms of a comprehensive plan amendment review criteria, there's 4 criteria that can be used to justify a comprehensive plan amendment. This meets the first, changes in projections or assumptions. Because the city of Raleigh has removed their Gorman Street extension from their CTP, it does negate our note and would mean we would need to do a change or be able to do a change. Based on that, staff recommendation is that we have the public hearing tonight and that you forward a recommendation to the town council. In our previous 2 staff reports that were brought forward to council, staff supported changing Southeast Cary Parkway extension from a 4-lane thoroughfare with a landscape median to a 2-lane minor arterial collector avenue, and to revise the associated note, which would say connect to Yates Mill Pond Road. And since this is council initiated, we do not have an applicant, so you're free to open it public hearing.
Let's open the public hearing. Would anyone like to address us on this case?
My name is Rhoda Jones Pritchett, and I'm the owner of the Jones Farm that is at the end of 6405 Holly Springs Road, or the current south end of the existing Cary Parkway. I would like to present my reasons for wanting the Southeast Cary Parkway extension removed. The Campo study looked at connecting the Southeast Cary Parkway extension to Yates Mill Pond Road. The study did not address only connecting the parkway to Campbell Road. There are no proven benefits from such a limited connection, and the study should not be extrapolated to show benefit. My understanding is that the Cary-Garner Parkway and the Cary-Gorman Street connector have been removed by both Garner and Raleigh respectively. If so, the Cary Parkway extension will not reach Yates Mill Pond Road. As a former resident of 6405 Holly Springs Road, I do not think drivers are going to want to cut over to Campbell Road, and I see no advantage from this connection. I feel the study does not adequately reflect the major traffic flow of the area. Most of the traffic on Holly Springs Road goes from south to north or from the Holly Springs area and then reverses in the afternoon. The majority of traffic destinations do not involve traveling east. I feel there are better ways of improving traffic flow and would like to stress the importance of the traffic flow from where the people live and where they work. This parkway has been on the plan since 1978, or for 35 years. The uncertainty about the parkway is preventing me from moving forward with plans about any potential development. If the parkway extension is reinstated, then none of the previously proposed projects for my property will be feasible. The cost of the parkway, as well as the land it will require, significantly impact the value and ability for future development of my property. In closing, I want you to consider the impacts of this road. At the very least, a plan needs to be formalized so that surrounding property owners and I know what is going to happen to our property. I know that connectivity is important, but it should have relevance, and the impacts should be balanced by the benefits. The Campo study of extending the Southeast Cary Parkway to Yates Mill Pond Road only showed the benefit of shifting traffic down Tryon Road a little ways. Is this really a significant improvement on the traffic flow for the area? Even for this impact, it requires a connection to Yates Mill Pond Road, which is on nobody's plan. Thus, extending the Southeast Cary Parkway is a road to nowhere. Both Raleigh and Garner have removed their connectors to this parkway, and I feel that Cary should follow suit and remove the remaining plan of extending the Southeast Cary Parkway. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak to us, please? No, I'm asking for the next speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning and Zoning Board, my name is Elizabeth Costin, and I speak for my husband John T. Costin and myself. Our property joins the Realtor Pritchett property and also the J.H. McConnell property. When speaking to the Cary Town Council on the 27th of February, I said that our property joined the proposed extension. when we reviewed that map again, we realized that the proposed extension actually crosses the Costin property. And not only does it cross the Costin property, but it goes through our two-story storage barn and also our home, which were constructed in 1993 after much consultation with the staff and the supervisor of Cary's planning department. We appreciate the opportunity to voice our support of the Cary Comprehensive Transportation Plan amendment to remove the Cary Parkway extension from the Holly Springs Road to the Campbell Road, both as a 4-lane road and as a 2-lane road. I really would appreciate your serious consideration of removing this extension in total, either as a 4-lane road or a 2-lane road. We thank you for the opportunity to have our opinions heard here tonight.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak?
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Joe Dupree. I live at 7002 Fordland Drive. That's the end of Fordland Drive. My property adjoins the Jones Farm and adjoins the Costin property. I am in favor of the abatement of the extension of the parkway. I obviously drive Campbell Road, Holly Springs Road, and Fordland Drive daily. Know the area, from the area, was married at Cary Macedonia Church. So I'm you know, our families are natives of this area. It's a neighborhood. We're all neighbors. And the traffic issues there are generally north and south. They're not east and west. And there's not that much traffic going to Gorman Street. The traffic tends to go toward the Research Triangle Park. And I just don't see that this extension is a road that would go to anywhere. It basically does not look like it has any future. I honestly believe that the existence of the plan has discouraged development of that Jones property without a doubt. I know the city of Cary obviously has to be interested in revenue from taxes, and I tend to think between the cemetery and the amount of cost that would be incurred for the road as planned and for it to go across the wetland areas there is just prohibitive to any developer. And so I think that the city would obviously benefit from the doing away with that extended Cary Parkway. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would anyone like to address us on this case? Anyone else? Anyone at all? In that case, I'm going to close the public hearing and open this case up for questions from the board.
Just one point on the discussion about the connection to Yates Mill Pond Road is in the Wake County Collector Street plan between Campbell Road and Yates Mill Pond Road. It has not been removed for their plan at this time. So for right now, the connection goes to right there.
Questions?
Yeah, just to clarify, the staff recommendation is to change the extension to be a 2-lane road to that point you just pointed out.
That was our recommendation in the January staff report before council to change it to 2 lanes.
Is that different from what you're saying tonight? That's what I'm trying. That's what I thought I heard.
That's what our original recommendation was. Our
Okay.
recommendation tonight's just to forward a recommendation to council.
Thank you.
The wetlands that were mentioned, where is that?
There's a small stream that comes right through the middle of this property, so this is all the Jones property here. This is the Costin property that's here. And there would be a stream crossing across there at that 100-foot buffer. Cary plan has a sewer easement, and the greenway would be along those.
Questions? Can I dig in a little bit about this speculation McNair Farm is going to develop? That thing has been speculated now since, well, long time. If that were developed, that certainly would be another wrench in the works, wouldn't it?
When I spoke to the City of Raleigh planning staff about a week and a half ago, the Wake County property maps do show that the Triangle Land Conservancy, maybe if I... basically, right now, there's a conservation easement that goes along the creek here and through here. They were not able to tell me how much of the total acreage was being planned. I don't think they've come in with a specific plan, but they did come in to do due diligence on looking at options there.
And how much, that's a huge tract, right?
The portion down at the bottom is about 39, 40 acres. I don't know what the whole piece is, but it's
A lot bigger than 40 acres, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably about 10 times that size, I'm guessing.
You know what I'm getting at here is that we kind of know that things can get ugly on Tryon Road, and as it connects to Walnut Street and people try to get onto I-40 or whatever. If 400 acres were developed on Tryon Road, right at the McNair Farm property, that is a pretty big wild card, isn't it?
That would be a considerable amount of traffic. The City of Raleigh's plan still has Tryon Road as a 6-lane facility, so that's one of the few places in our plan where the cross-section that we have in our transportation plan does not match with theirs. But that was the case of the 2008 update, that council did want to limit the number of roads that were going to be 6-lane facilities. This was one of them that was looked at and decided that it needed to stay at 4 lanes.
Probably an unfair question, but you mentioned that the extension from Campbell Road to Yates Mill Pond Road is still on Raleigh's plan, is that correct?
No, it's on Wake County's plan.
It's on Wake County's plan.
On this portion from Campbell Road to Steep Hill Creek, which is basically the line of Raleigh's ETJ, is all within unincorporated Wake County. So their plan has it as a collector street between those two roads and over, currently all the way over to the creek, because they haven't changed any of their plans as of this point.
Okay, so help me here. Is it that way because they just haven't gotten around to changing it, or is it that way because they're going to leave it that way?
Like I said in the plan, I mean, I would suspect that they would probably drop off this section east of Yates Mill Pond Road, because it wouldn't connect to anything right now except to the creek. But as they said when I consulted them, that if the Cary Parkway extension went away, they believe that they would probably still keep the connection between Campbell Road and Yates Mill Pond, but that they would give them more leverage to move it up in north or south. It wouldn't have to be on the exact location that they currently have it in their plan. Okay. That they would still seek some sort of connection between the two, though.
Does anyone else have questions here?
I just want to make sure I understand. The staff recommendation is to continue the Southeast Cary Parkway as a 2-lane road from Holly Spring to the Campbell Road?
Right, and to add the associated note, to change the note to say extend from Tryon to Gorman Street to Yates Mill Pond Road. That was one of the options, actually, that was in the plan in 2001 In 2001, the plan had 3 different options. It said extend it as Cary Garner Parkway, extend it to Gorman Street, or extend it to Yates Mill Pond Road only. In 2008, the other 2 were taken off, and it was just taken to Gorman Street was what it was narrowed down to.
And can I follow up on that real quick? I'm trying to, I think, get to the same thing, which is the proposal says the request is to remove the extension. We have that. We have a staff recommendation that says change it to 2 lanes. And I'm trying to understand, is this comprehensive plan amendment seeking to remove the Cary Parkway extension like it says? Or are we being asked for a recommendation of one of many options, or?
Council requested that it be removed.
Right.
And that was their request in the CPA that we're considering here. Staff's recommendation was from the staff report before then.
Understood, right.
And there was a lot of discussion during the council public hearing that they would like to hear planning's recommendation, Planning and Zoning Board's recommendation.
I think the answer is they were about as confused as we are, I think.
I've listened to that discussion. I'm just trying to understand, when it comes time for a motion, I want to make sure I understand whatever motion is
It could be 2 motions. One motion would be to remove it, and the proposal to extend it as it is written in the staff report, and the second proposal could be to make a 2-lane extension up to.
I think we have to remove that bit that is the Gorman Street extension, because that's off of Campo's plan, right?
The associated note, yes, would
So
have.
no matter what we do, we have to remove that bit.
Yes, sir, or
Right.
change it to something else.
And so then the second question is, what do we want to do with the Cary Parkway, or if it's 2 lanes, I suppose you could call it a parkway or whatever. And that's what we probably need to figure
We
out.
can combine it, that first is the removal of the 4-lane extension all the way to whatever it was in the proposal up to Gorman Street, but substitute that with the 2-lane extension from Holly Spring Road to the Yates Mill Pond or Campbell Road, wherever we want to go.
And just a note, Mr. Dupree was the gentleman that had talked to us earlier on about the concern about cut-through traffic, so he didn't bring that up at his ones this time, so I'm guessing that it wasn't as much a concern anymore. So he was the one that had voiced that concern before, so.
Other questions?
I have kind of a process question. If this parcel were to develop, the large parcel that's kind of on the north of that map, if this is not on the comprehensive transportation plan, is there an option to amend the plan? I guess what I'm looking at is, is there a way to go ahead and make sure that this connector goes through if that land is developed without having this particular mapping of the road on the plan? Because I think it's definitely counterintuitive to have a road going through someone's house and barn. And it certainly will be reasonable to expect that there's road work done at the time of development. So is there any kind of process that would allow us to look at that connectivity at the time of development, short of having this on the comprehensive transportation plan?
If this was removed from the comprehensive transportation plan, the internal street network to any development in this would still require connections in each direction. So it would likely have a local street that would line up with Cary Parkway, just because we don't want more intersections along Holly Springs Road. That would be most likely the main entrance point. But somewhere along this eastern side, there would be a stub out of a local street that would go to Campbell Road. If it were to remain on here in some form or another, I'm sure that a developer could ask for another comprehensive plan amendment to move the alignment all onto that property. But that would be another comprehensive plan amendment.
So you just said the road's going to end up there one way or the other. Whether we put it on a plan or not, we're going to have a road there.
Yes, it would be the difference between, currently right now, a 4-lane thoroughfare, median divided, 100-foot right-of-way to a local street connection if it weren't on the plan, which would be a much smaller 50-foot right-of-way, if that's correct, or, is that right? Okay, good.
But having it on the map seems to be hindering that actual process from occurring.
Right now, they would have, a developer would have to carry that 4-lane road basically to the creek. I think what the idea was when the comprehensive plan was done was that the current alignment would split the impacts between, instead of just one property getting all of it, it would be between more than one property. Of course, none of it would come, I don't think any would come in with, except for with redevelopment. I don't see, it's not in our capital plan anywhere.
So, rewind me a second. Will there be a 2-lane road there likely when this area develops?
There will be a 2-lane road internally. It may not be a straight connection all the way across.
Okay.
It could be a disconnected or a more circuitous
There's
route.
going to be some sort of 2-lane road there, so.
Right.
First question is, do we want the eventual 2-lane road in our plan, or do we not?
It would be required.
Assume-
It would be
assume
required.
for-
It would be required in our plan to do some sort of connection that way.
Okay. So assume for a second that we decide the Cary Parkway 4-lane extension doesn't make sense. That seems to be one of the things that's on the table, right?
Right.
Assume we say no to that. Then if the reality is there's going to be a 2-lane road there, it can either be on our plan or it cannot be on our plan. My preference is to, have our plan kind of look like what we expect to happen.
Right.
Am I missing something here?
Generally, the thoroughfare collector would mean a direct connection. May limit driveways along that connection, considering that if it was to go over to Yates Mill Pond Road, and the Campbell Road traffic would be using that road and would bypass possible future requests for, there's so much traffic on our local street that we need traffic calming because we don't like all this Campbell Road, Yates Mill Pond Road coming across a new development. Typically, the collector street level, similar to what's in the Wake County plan, would make it so that that would be a more logical connection, sized correctly for the type of traffic that would be on it, so that you don't have the 13,000 cars a day or, something less than that trying to cut across a neighborhood.
With it, a 2-lane road, what does that mean to the property owners right now? Can they, does that affect their planning, their ability to build a building or a home or something in that area?
Basically, these are the different rights-of-way that would be needed for various 2-lane roads. It could range anywhere from 60 feet, if it was a collector, anywhere from 60 feet to 78 feet. So instead of being a 50-foot road, it'd be an additional 10 to 28 feet of right-of-way across their property with possible limitations on the numbers of driveways that could be on it.
Mhm.
So that would be the difference between the two of them.
If someone wanted to build a house right where this happens to be, would there be a limitation on that ability?
Right. They couldn't put a structure in the path, no.
If someone refused to sell you the property for a road, would that be part of their right?
I don't refuse to sell the town.
Yeah, they just said, this is my property, I don't want a road here.
Well, we would have, that would mean it would have to be in our capital plan, that it'd be funded by council, and then we'd have to get, if we were determined to put a road through there and we were going to pay for it, we'd have to go to condemnation if they refused to sell it to us. But we're not at that point.
And if I could kind of follow up on that real quick and go back to you. Is this in any 10-year capital plan or any, so?
No, sir.
There's one thing to be on the comprehensive transportation plan, there's another thing to talk about actually building.
Correct.
And we're not there.
So the main effect of it being on the comprehensive plan is that it prevents someone from doing something on their property that they might want to do, such as building a house or a barn or whatever.
If the property would want to develop, it would need to include the transportation plan's recommendations. Much like if it was to redevelop, they would also be required to widen their side of Holly Springs Road, which is across the other frontage of Jones Farm.
But I'm not talking about redevelop a subdivision, anything like that, but just building a building on the land, such as barn or garage or something like that.
I don't think they would be able to build it within the right-of-way, within the line.
Mm-hmm. Now, is the town purchasing the right-of-way?
No.
They're being compensated, but they're being told that they are limited in what they can do.
Yes, sir. If they were trying to build a building within the alignment of the road.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious, you've got 4 different options for a 2-lane cross-section here. Which one do you have in mind for if we were to put something here to replace the parkway? Which one would we use?
Well, basically the top 2 are arterials. The top one would not allow parking on it. This one basically would be a 2-lane road with parking. The bottom 2 are collector streets, which would also, you could get a smaller cross-section, but the collector avenue would allow driveways on it versus the shorter cross-section would be without any driveways on it.
So it's any of those if you read the way I read the recommendation.
Basically, if you have a collector avenue, if it's designated as a collector avenue, and you say I'm not going to put driveways on it, you're allowed to look at the second option at the bottom as an alternative to the larger cross section.
I can see why the council was confused. I have to admit, I struggle here because I live in this neighborhood. I know Holly Springs Road, it's ugly. I know Walnut Street, it's ugly. The thought of, that comment about McNair Farm scares the bejesus out of me. Knowing how ugly this already is. But I don't know that this really fixes or even addresses that.
It's something we'll be looking at during the comprehensive plan amendment or update that's going along with the community plan. So,
So why are we doing it now if we're going to do a CTP update anyway?
council initiated it.
Mr. Chairman, my comment is, I'm remembering Don Meredith, the former quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football, saying several times, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, my, what a great Christmas we'd all have. This is an awful lot of ifs and buts.
It certainly is.
And personally, I thought the timing on this was rather poor. I'd rather see this thing tabled until we get past this big impact study that we're doing about our whole, where our city wants to go, et cetera. I think we could decide on a collector road tonight, and if the McNair property came up and was redeveloped, this whole thing would probably shift gears a little bit.
Well, now, let's be clear here that the process we're in right now for the community plan is going to be a pretty extensive process, going to go on for quite some time, and it may or may not get specific about this particular problem.
That's correct.
It's just
why I say there's a lot of ifs and buts out there.
Just want to make sure we're not kicking something down the road, not knowing exactly which road we're kicking it down.
I can understand a property owner's desire to say, hey, what are you going to do here? Now, they've sat around and watched this thing sit on the shelf for 10 years or whatever, maybe even more than that. 35. And nothing's happened. Get on down the road. I don't think whatever we decide on tonight is going to be cast in stone. That's my personal feeling. And I'm as confused about this thing as anything I've seen come before me so far in my 2.5 years of being on this board. I can understand why maybe Raleigh took it off and suggested that Campo take it off, and Campo suggesting that we take it off. Wake County's leaving something in there that makes some sense, but doesn't exactly address any huge east-west corridor advantages. I get the feeling that there's not a lot of traffic eastbound coming out of Cary Parkway onto Holly Springs. It's either going north or it's going south. This is a rabbit warren.
Well, I see nothing wrong with just taking the whole thing off, both the 2-lane and 4-lane, and just saying that as far as the comprehensive transportation plan is concerned, Cary Parkway ends at Holly Springs Road. And
Is that a
later, that's my suggestion. I will be happy to make that.
Let's see if we have any other comments. If not, you can do that as a motion.
Okay.
I'm ready to second it.
Okay, any other comments?
If we were moving first on this, I would say no. I mean, looking at the slide that's up there right now, that loop all the way up makes perfect sense. But since we're not acting first, I mean, Raleigh's are, if I'm looking at this, the light blue is the Raleigh ETJ. And that's off the table at this point, is that correct?
Yes, this pink section
See,
in here
yeah,
is
with
off.
that being off the table, I mean, without that loop going all the way up, to me, the thing doesn't make as much sense. If we were going first and we were discussing killing that loop to begin with, I'd say, no, that makes sense. But since that loop up there is already off the table, I'm okay with taking it out of the plan.
Well, if this is any other comment about it, I will move that we forward 13 CPA 01 to council with a recommendation that Cary Parkway extension be removed in its entirety, both 4-lane and 2-lane, from the comprehensive transportation plan, and that it end at Cary Parkway end at Holly Springs Road, the standpoint of the comprehensive transportation plan.
And remove the node as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Second that.
We have a motion and a second. Conversation? All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye. Aye. Opposed? We agree.
Thank you very much.
That motion carries.
Thank you.
And I got to tell you, I'm very proud of us. I'm very proud of us because I sat in the council discussion on that, and they had nothing like that sort of concise, decisive outcome. Ms. Grannon, welcome. We're going to now do case 12 REZ 24, the Jones Family Farm.
Thank you. This is a rezoning request for approximately 65.22 acres. Subject property is shown here, highlighted in yellow. It's located at the 3300 block of Arthur Pierce Road. The Grenadier subdivision is to the north. Hillcrest subdivision is to the south. The Wren Meadow subdivision is located east of the property, and the Stonebridge subdivision and some agricultural uses are to the west of the subject property. Here's an aerial view that shows that the property is and was and still is a working farm at this point. There's still a lot of vegetation on the subject property. There's an associated annexation petition that was submitted by the property owners voluntarily, asking to be brought into the town of Cary corporate limits, and annexation into Cary would be required before initial Cary zoning could be placed on the property. The land use plan designation is low-density residential. The existing zoning is Wake County, R30, and the applicant has proposed zoning of residential 8 conditional use. Conditions offered by the applicant that were presented at the town council meeting are that the density be limited to 2.1 dwelling units per acre. There are conditions offering common open space, and there's an exhibit that shows where that would be located. and a 30-foot wide type B buffer. This is the exhibit that was linked to your staff report, maybe a little bit hard to read here, but it clearly notes where the buffer areas are, and the text describes it, but then this is an illustration the applicant provided to help clarify some of the buffer areas. Since this was presented to Town Council, there was a traffic study conducted by the applicant. The suggested mitigations are contained in your staff report. The applicant came back with one condition in response to the traffic study, and that's that a traffic signal per Town of Cary standards be provided at Kildare Farm Road and Arthur Pierce Road if warranted. And the condition went on to add that if not warranted at the time of building permits, funds for that traffic signal be held in escrow. This condition is still being evaluated. It has been offered. Our legal staff is still looking at the language, the fine-tuning of the language, just to see the appropriateness and enforceability of this. The site is impacted, according to our GIS maps, by streams, as shown in this slide, and field determination would be required at the time of site plan review. The site is also impacted, according to Cary's Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan, by a future greenway trail, as shown on the in green, and then there's a street side trail running through the center of the property located here. There is a collector roadway or thoroughfare shown on the Cary's Comprehensive Transportation Plan, the area highlighted in the dark blue. And as I mentioned, there was a traffic study that was conducted by Cary's on-call traffic engineer in February of 2013, and those mitigations, proposed mitigations or suggested mitigations, are contained in the staff report. Property owners within 400 feet of the subject property were notified of the proposed rezoning. This property being outside Cary's corporate limits and ETJ mean that it is not eligible per state statutes for a protest petition. However, there were a number of citizen concerns that staff heard and speakers at the public hearing. Concerns about density, traffic impacts, the lot size, and compatibility between the adjacent neighborhoods, landscape buffers, and one of the biggest concerns was road connectivity. The neighbors to the south of the property in the Hillcrest subdivision were concerned about road connectivity through their neighborhood. At this time, I'd like to ask the applicant to come forward and present their case, and then staff is available following the public hearing for any questions that you have.
Thank you. At this point, I will open the public hearing and ask the applicant to give his presentation.
Thank you, Deborah. Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning and Zoning Board, Jason Barron with Morningstar Law Group here on behalf of the applicant, Ashton Woods Homes. I will keep my comments brief, hopefully, because I will turn into a pumpkin shortly, I'm fairly certain. As Deborah mentioned, this is roughly 65 acres located in Wake County. It's in the southern portion of Cary's anticipated jurisdiction. It's not in the extraterritorial jurisdiction, but the long-range plan calls for low-density development on the site, which is 1 to 3 dwelling units per acre. The proposal before you all is to develop this site at roughly 2.1 units per acre, and we have a cap at 2.1 units per acre that we will not exceed. So we're kind of right there in the middle of the 1 to 3 dwelling units per acre. We believe that the proposed, it's ultimately going to be developed for single-family detached at that condition. We believe that's consistent with the existing built environment and complementary with the homes that are to the north and to the south. There are essentially two neighborhoods that are impacted by this development. The neighborhood to our north is the Grenadier subdivision, and the neighborhood to our south is the Hillcrest Following filing of this case, the applicant has worked prior to, because it's town required, but also following filing of the application, the applicant has worked very closely with the neighborhood groups in an effort to come to some sort of agreement with respect to how this property is going to be developed. As was reported at the public hearing, and I believe you'll hear from one of the Grenadier representatives tonight, we have the full support of the Grenadier Homeowners Association Board. They submitted a letter of support at the public hearing back in, I guess it was November now. With respect to the Hillcrest subdivision, that is the one to the south, and I'll lean over here. It's this subdivision here, and Belknap Drive is essentially the big hang-up, as we understand it, that Hillcrest has. That is a road that is in Wake County, is supposed to be state-maintained, has never been turned over to the state for maintenance, so no maintenance is occurring. There are no bonds in place to provide for maintenance of that road, so those folks are concerned with a connection from our subdivision to their subdivision. Our client is ambivalent about that. They're fine with not having a connection because they understand the concerns of the neighbors, and in fact, we tried to work with staff to see if there was a way for us to provide a condition that basically said we wouldn't have any connection to Belknap Drive. At the zoning stage, we were told that's really not an appropriate condition to have. So that's something that I guess we'll be dealing with when it comes time to site and subdivision plat this particular development. I will note that even though on the sheet you're looking at, it shows Belknap Drive stubbing into our site, the road has been dedicated, but it hasn't been built all the way to the property line. There's roughly 40 to 50 feet from where the road stops to where their property line terminates. So there is portion of the property in Wake County that would need to be improved before any actual vehicular connection between our site and that site can be made. So we've worked very hard with both subdivisions in order to come to an agreement with respect to how this property is going to develop. I believe we've made great strides in doing that. And again, there's not a whole lot we can do about the Belknap connection. With respect to land use plan consistency, again, we're consistent with the land use plan. The conditions of approval, as Deborah noted, one of the conditions that we have offered since the public hearing addresses transportation impacts, and that is at the Arthur Pierce Road intersection and Kildare Farm. Right here, we're offering to do to construct and install a town of Cary standards traffic signal, which is not your standard, wooden pole with a wire hanging across. It's the full-on metal masts signal, and again, it's in an effort to mitigate any impacts of traffic associated with this development. Our development team is here to answer any questions that you all might have, and we look forward, hopefully, to you all's support for this proposal. Thank you.
Do we have anyone that would like to address us on this case?
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to address this board. My name is Robert Hyman. I'm at 4029 Bamberg Lane, post office address Apex, Cary, ETJ. I'm in a subdivision, the Surrey Point subdivision, whose main exit is on Pierce Olive Road and going on to Holly Springs Road. Now, what has that got to do with this subdivision? Arthur Pierce Road connects Holly Springs Road with Kildare Farms Road. There's a lot of traffic that goes between Pierce Olive Road and Kildare Farm Road over Arthur Pierce Road. Among other things that attract traffic is Pierce Olive Road happens to be a very popular route to get to Optimist Farm Road and from there to the Westlake Schools. I know it. I see the traffic go by my house all the time. The house that I bought and purchased 30 years ago. I'm one of the oldest residents in the subdivision. Okay? I have seen Arthur Pierce Road develop from a dirt road to the current paved road, at which point it became a very popular connection. There is a lot of traffic between the two roads, and it requires a zigzag. There's a what you would have to do from where I'm coming from my subdivision, is turn right onto Holly Springs Road and then left 30, 40 feet later onto Pierce Olive Road, and of course the reverse. There is much traffic there. First of all, there's Holly Springs traffic, which is either crawling and very dense with very few openings during the rush hours, and that includes, by the way, the come to bring your kid to school and take your kid from school hours. Those are things that traffic studies didn't appear to deal with. In addition, even when there isn't heavy traffic, the traffic is very fast on Holly Springs Road. In fact, there are a lot of speeders, certainly going well above the 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. It is a very dangerous turn. It's also a dangerous turn if you want to turn left from either way onto Holly Springs Road, either from Arthur Pierce or Pierce Olive. This misaligned intersection is sitting at the top of a hill where you really can't see what's coming from 1010 or from the other direction until it's almost upon you. Nor can traffic approaching this crest of the hill from either direction see much of what's going on until it's almost there. It is a dangerous intersection. It has always been a dangerous intersection. In recent years, there was a turn lane built that is really too short and too narrow. It accommodates the zigzag pattern I described. It accommodates left turns in both directions and at the same time. We currently have cars that can nearly sideswipe each other or have head-on collisions. I tell my wife every time we make one of those turns, we're doing a do-si-do with oncoming traffic. If you happen to end up on the other side because you're forced out of the turn lane, you can be rear-ended at high speed. It's a dangerous intersection. There have been accidents there in the past, and my concern for this rezoning is it will add too much traffic from the Arthur Pierce side to this very dangerous intersection. Figures I have from the traffic study is there are currently 52 cars per hour at the peak AM rush hour traffic heading from Arthur Pierce Road onto Holly Springs at that intersection. By 2015, it's projected there will be 60 cars per hour. This subdivision would add, in addition to that, 18 cars per hour with the rezoning request. Now, I understand the rezoning itself is in keeping with the surrounding subdivisions. Mine is certainly much denser, but I'm pretty far away. They're sitting there in the Surrey Point subdivision across Holly Springs Road. That's not my objection. My objection is that I don't see a commitment on either the part of the town of Cary or on the part of developers to put a traffic light at the other end of Arthur Pierce Road as it goes on to Holly Springs Road in this very dangerous intersection. I don't see any commitment to aligning it. I don't know that I'm crazy about that because somebody's going to lose their house.
I need to cut you off here. Your light has turned red.
On that basis, I oppose this.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to address us?
Good evening. My name is Rob Suggs. I'm the Vice President of the Grenadier Homeowners Association. The Grenadier neighborhood is a neighborhood on the north side of the Jones Farm property and runs pretty much the full extent of the property. Actually, I was here, I guess, November in the town council meeting to speak in favor of the zoning request. Within our community, we've had a number of meetings to talk about how this development would impact us. There is broad support. We realize actually this is a good development in the context of the Grenadier neighborhood. Since then, there have been, the only real change really is some discussions on the traffic report. The Homeowners Association board members have reviewed the report, by staff report, and in terms of what's been proposed or changed, there's nothing in there that would cause us to withdraw or amend our support. So I'm here basically to say that the Grenadier neighborhood is still in favor of this zoning request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to address us? Seeing no one approach the podium, I'm going to close the public hearing and open this case for board questions. Ms. Mayor.
I'm looking at the comprehensive transportation plan, and it shows an alignment of Arthur Pierce and Pierce Olive Road on the current plan. What would compel that alignment to occur?
What would, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you?
What would compel that alignment to occur? Would that be a capital project, or would that come with development of associated parcels?
I don't know that we have that. Pierce Olive and...
Pierce Olive and Arthur Pierce Road at Holly Springs Road.
CTP.
He's...
Yeah, the offset, as the gentleman did, it is severe.
Cary's plan shows those coming together, and this one dropping down, Arthur Pierce dropping down from the south, toward the south, and those being aligned.
Right, there would be a realignment that needs to occur.
Right.
It's currently, that intersection's outside our corporate limits, so we don't have anything in our funding currently for our 10-year program anyway. State maintains those roadways out there right now, as like everything in our more rural areas. As we get to the fringe, the infrastructure hasn't quite caught up with the demand, and this is one of those areas where we just don't have any capital funding from both the state DOT side and the town of Cary side to do anything about that particular situation. There's also, I think, a structure on the corner that's also kind of impedes that ability. It would almost have to be a total taking of that home before that improvement probably could take place. So it is a very awkward situation. I think, and I'm not sure who did it, but I think maybe the state put in the two-way center turn lane between the two to kind of help soften that. But I'm not sure how effective that is in the long term. And as we continue to grow out of that area, something more dramatic is going to probably have to occur in that area.
Okay, thank you.
And the traffic study basically takes into account that the operations are poor there, and they were recommending findings in the report that maybe some improvement needs to take place, and that's something that that the applicant needs to consider as far as voluntary making some concessions towards it.
Can I follow up on that before you leave? So was that intersection in the scope of this traffic impact analysis, and did the TIA recommend mitigations at that intersection?
It did. It involved some turn lanes. The more aggressive improvement, which would be realigning the intersection, they didn't offer that right now. They were basically looking at it from the confines of what would they need to do from a minimum standpoint to improve the congestion or level of delay at those intersections back to pre-existing conditions associated with this development. Right. Again, the long-term perspective is for a fixed that intersection, it needs to be realigned and fixed. But again, you can only look at this traffic study based on what's the minimum things that have to occur to bring it back to existing level service or delay at the intersection.
And the level of service right now is pretty awful.
Well, on those side streets, because there's no signal there, it's operating fairly poorly. It's the left turns coming off the side streets get to be very difficult.
So presently, I'm assuming that there is no funding for signalization and realignment of that.
As I said, there is nothing in our 10-year capital budget. It is outside our corporate limits. It's a DOT road, so we would look upon them to improve that road. There isn't anything in their capital funding or transportation improvement program funding either for improving that roadway.
What about the applicant for this? Does he have any?
I'll have to let the applicant talk about what voluntary things that they're willing to do, and I think that as you see in the report that there are some things they are offering to do. This intersection, they've chosen to be somewhat silent about it, but they can certainly address that.
Do you have a question for the applicant?
I presume there is no improvement that you're voluntarily offering on that intersection.
Not with respect to that particular intersection, no. Again, it's as has been indicated in the staff report as well as the testimony you've heard, the recommendation that's included in the TAR really doesn't address the issue. What addresses the issue is a significant realignment that will involve taking an entire piece of property. That's just not something that we're in a position to be able to commit to as part of this rezoning case.
Okay. There's been discussion about the connection of Belknap and the subject property. At present, I gather the road, the actual pavement does not extend to the property line, and nobody seems to want to make that connection. Is there any way of being assured that that connection will not be made?
No, there's not at this point. The requirement is for the connection to occur at some point for connectivity, for safety. Staff certainly is sensitive to what the neighbors in the Hillcrest subdivision are experiencing with the road never having been turned over for state maintenance. But the expectation is that that would continue, that there would be connectivity between the two subdivisions.
Who would maintain with the additional traffic that would be on Belknap? Who would maintain it?
Right now, it's the homeowners on Belknap that are responsible for that road.
So,
And just to mention, at the time of site plan approval, the applicant can request a waiver or modification of the connectivity requirement.
he can request a waiver.
Yes.
And if that waiver is, if he doesn't request it, or if that waiver is not granted, then the homeowners on Belknap would be responsible for maintaining the Belknap with additional traffic.
No, because at that point, the applicant would only be constructing a road to their property line. And as mentioned, the road, the Belknap currently does not extend to the property line. So you'd still be left with a 40 to 50-foot gap that at this time the applicant would not be required to construct.
Okay.
Other questions? Hearing no questions, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move that we forward case 12 REZ 24 Jones Family Farm to Town Council with a recommendation for approval as it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and other applicable plans and is reasonable and in the public interest for the reasons stated and set forth in the staff report and presentation.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch who was, I think Ms. Best, you were probably
I'll second.
second there. Discussion?
I'll speak to the reason for the motion briefly, since it is getting late. I think the density, we've talked a good bit about density and transition here. I think this is a quite reasonable and appropriate density transition. Of the concerns that were expressed, I think the traffic impacts exist no matter what. And whether, this is developed under its current Wake County zoning or what is requested here. And they are unfortunate, and Mr. Heineman makes a quite reasonable point, but even if the applicant chose to address it, it would be a Band-Aid fix, not a comprehensive fix that we really need. And I think on balance, the applicant has chosen to build something at a reasonable density and then determined what reasonable share of mitigations they can do and what zoning conditions they can offer. And I'm satisfied with the way they've justified those, rather than sort of working backwards and saying, if we're to do all these things, what high density would we have to have? And so I think on balance, this is a reasonable proposal.
Other comments?
Yes, I'd like to address the problems with traffic. First, and this is more of a minor problem, but this morning I was driving on 1010 Road, and I've done that several times, between this area and Highway 64. That road just about stands still in the morning, rush hour. We're adding, according to the traffic study, we're adding 3.5% from the 2015 background, 3.5% being added on to the westbound AM rush hour on 1010 Road going between Kildare Farm and heading west. But more than that, and this isn't because of Belknap, but in general because of other traffic originating from this, is the problem with Holly Springs Road and off of Pierce. I've driven that a number of times in the rush hour to test it and look at it. The latest was this morning, and I've done it on other mornings. Making a left turn from Arthur Pierce onto Holly Springs Road is a very significant problem. You have a continuous flow of traffic north on Holly Springs. When there is a gap, that gap is taken up by traffic from Pierce Olive Road. So by the time it gets a few feet up the road to Arthur Pierce, there is no gap. So there's a long stretch where there's no gap, no way to make a left turn, cars backed up, waiting to make a left turn, getting impatient, waiting for that gap that doesn't seem to occur. Now, at present, and this went along with my observations, there were about 15 cars per hour according to the traffic study, and it appeared to be correct at present, and it's creating a problem. Projected 2018, 17 cars per hour making a left-hand turn from Arthur Pierce onto Holly Springs Road. Now, one thing about making that left turn, not only is there a lack of gaps in both directions, but looking south towards Holly Springs, there's a hill you cannot see very far because there's a hill blocking the view of oncoming traffic. That makes it even more difficult to make that turn. Now, in addition to these 17 cars per hour making a left-hand turn, we're going to add with this project 35% additional cars making a left-hand turn. That is not insignificant. Making a right-hand turn is a little bit easier. You still have to wait for a gap in the southbound Holly Springs Road traffic. But we're projecting 43 cars during the rush hour making that. We're talking about this site adding an additional 12 cars in the AM rush hour, which is less than 30, something more like 25%, a non-trivial increase that results directly from this project based on the traffic study. So that alone would be enough reason for me to not be willing to approve this, to recommend approval.
Other comments? Okay,
I'll jump in. I totally agree with you that it's, and with the citizen that reported this, it's a poor intersection. I went east-west on it several times myself, just to sort of see how bad it was, and it is quite bad. And yes, we're adding to this with an additional source of traffic, but I think we've sort of heard that our hands are tied. This isn't in our jurisdiction right now. It's a result of patchwork development in Wake County. I don't think it's incumbent upon this applicant to fix it, personally. For the reasons cited about the density, I'm going to support this motion.
Other comments? In that case, we're going to call this to a vote. All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye. Aye. Good. Hands, please. I make that 8 opposed?
Yeah, opposed.
Okay, we have 8-1. That motion carries, and we're going to move on to our 12 REZ 30, the Singh property at Silverton. Ms. Grannon, we're working you hard tonight as well.
Thank you. This rezoning case is a PDD amendment for a portion of the Silverton Planned Development District. It is following the MXD process, which is why you're seeing it tonight for an initial public hearing. It's for property located at the intersection of Northwest Cary Parkway and Evans Road on approximately 19.23 acres. The vicinity map shows the subject property highlighted in yellow. And an aerial view shows the existing conditions. It is vacant and fairly heavily wooded. Cary's land use plan designation designates the subject property for commercial use, and it is located within the Silverton Mixed-Use Overlay District. And Cary's land use plan Cary's zoning map identifies the property as being in a PDD, Planned Development District Major, the Silverton PUD, and within the mixed-use overlay district as well. On the original Silverton master land use plan, the subject property was identified as parcel I and classified for future use as a shopping center. The proposed zoning is an amendment to the PDD, and the applicant has submitted a preliminary development plan. This is the black and white version that staff has been reviewing for several weeks internally with the Development Review Committee. Plan summary is they are requesting 216 attached residential multifamily units. They're providing open space with 15,700 square feet for a clubhouse and active recreation, and then an additional 3,895 square feet for a passive gathering space. Here's a color rendering of the preliminary development plan to give you a better depiction of the proposed layout and vehicular and pedestrian circulation. As you may recall, with a preliminary development plan, the location of the buildings, the amenity feature, the general layout of the road network and sidewalks, all of those would be binding with this plan. They would all serve as zoning conditions, as would the streetscapes and buffers, the amount of open space, the details such as the exact design of a stormwater management system. None of that has been evaluated. They've shown a general location of a BMP. The applicant has proposed specific open space and recreation amenity features on the site. The level of detail with exactly how the building appears from these pictures would have a tiny bit of flexibility, but the location and size, again, would be binding as zoning conditions. The applicant has proposed 2 modifications to Town of Cary standards for streetscapes. They have proposed a 30-foot streetscape along Evans Road and Cary Parkway. LDO standards would require a 50-foot streetscape along these roads because of the residential use. And they have proposed a 50-foot streetscape along Windfair Drive, which exceeds the LDO standards for a collector road. The applicant will speak to their justification for that when they present their case. They've also proposed a zoning condition that would require a minimum of 50% brick on the buildings. That exceeds the 35% standard. The site, according to Cary's GIS maps, is impacted by a stream buffer. Field determination was conducted by the Department of Natural Resources and found that that is not a subject stream. The Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan does not show any impacts with greenway trails or parks on the subject property. The attached residential dwelling units would be required to make a recreation payment in lieu of a land dedication. Northwest Cary Parkway and Evans Road are designated as thoroughfares, and Windfair Drive is designated as a collector roadway on Cary's transportation plan. There was a traffic impact analysis, and the results of that are contained within your staff report. Northwest Cary Parkway is designated as a future transit route, a future C-Tran route, and the applicant has proposed to dedicate an easement for a future bus stop. Notification was provided to property owners within 400 feet of the subject property. The property was posted in 3 different locations along each of the road frontages, and was advertised, the public hearing was advertised in the Cary News. We had one citizen contact staff. As you may recall, this case is not eligible at this time for a protest petition. That does not occur until the case is presented to the town council. One citizen contacted us with concerns about stream protection, stormwater management, transit and traffic mitigations, sidewalks, the mix of uses, and champion tree protection. The applicant with this proposal is also asked that at the time of the rezoning, the opportunity to remove champion trees be granted with the rezoning application. That is something anytime champion trees are requested for removal, town council has to approve. But that is something that's contained with the rezoning request. In doing a preliminary evaluation of the proposal and the mix of uses, while this is the only designated commercial pod in the PDD, we do want to point out that there is 25.5 vacant acres within the Silverton PDD and within the mixed-use overlay district that would have the potential for non-residential use, either office or commercial, if they were to go through this similar process with a PDD amendment. So this just gives you an idea of what's being proposed at this time. There's an existing 216 multifamily units, and the applicant's proposing an additional 216. So staff's observation is that the proposed use is in keeping with the balance and mix of uses for the Silverton neighborhood mixed-use district. At this time, I'd like the applicant to come forward and present their case. And then following the public hearing, I will be available for your questions.
Good evening. My name is Mike Kame. I'm Vice President of Singh Development Company, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with the Planning Commission this evening about a piece of property that we've had for a very long time. I wanted to at least start off with explaining to you a little bit of the background of why we've come before you this evening asking for approval of a residential community in a section of the town that was planned for commercial or at least mixed use. We bought this property back in 2006, so we've had it now for 7 years. We originally proposed a mixed-use development here that contained almost 50,000 square feet of commercial. It was retail and office, as well as 198 residential units. Over the period of October of 2006 and of April of 2010, we had 9 meetings with the residents in this area to go over several iterations of this property to try to come up with something that everyone was comfortable with. And I think some of my friends, I think they are my friends after all this time, are going to speak about that this evening. But one of the problems that we had in trying to make the mixed use work is attracting retail users to this particular location. And over that 7-year span, what we learned is, at least in the commercial community, this is considered a tweener. We are between principal commercial nodes within the town of Cary, and we could not attract uses that would help support a commercial development. And we weren't inclined to spec that space without knowing that we could fill it, including grocery users. We actually went through 2 grocery users, and they just couldn't make it work. And the reason was because there's too much competition, too close. This particular location just didn't have enough demand to fill the supply we'd create there to make this, the critical mass make sense. So that's a long way of explaining to you that after 7 years, we finally decided that what makes most sense here is 100% residential. Now, the project we're proposing, and Deborah showed you an elevation of it a bit ago, is very much a duplication of a development that we've already built and own and manage in metropolitan Detroit. Singh Development, we have an office here in Cary, which is where I am, but we also have our main headquarters in West Bloomfield, Michigan, and we have 5,000 high-end residential apartment units in that area. And one of those projects is called Main Street Village. And this particular project is patterned after that project. In fact, you can go on our website and look at the pictures. I think in our application, we included one slide that did have photographs of that particular project. It was just, those photographs were taken this last fall. And it's our commitment to really duplicate that look. This is not your typical apartment project. All these units have two-car attached garages. The garages are underneath the units. We have ranch first floor flat units as well as townhouses. And every unit is a direct entry. There's no common corridors. All the garages are direct entry into the unit. You don't go outside. When you're in your garage, you're home. So this development, I think, is unique to this marketplace. We haven't found anything like it at all. The closest thing I found that's even approaches this is in Charlotte. So we think that this is a product that's unique to Cary. It's really unique to metropolitan Raleigh, and we think it's something that the market demands, and it's really intended for high-end users. We're going to probably be the highest rents in the marketplace when we're finished. There's a few things that, as Deborah mentioned, in the course of planning this project, that were a little bit divergent from the standards and the reason we're requesting waivers for them, I'd like to explain. First, as Deborah mentioned, is the streetscape buffers. In the mixed-use overlay, we were allowed to reduce our buffers, I believe, to 15 feet, if I'm not mistaken, on Cary Parkway and Evans Road. Because we're now 100% residential, your LDO requires us to go to 50 feet. We're proposing 30 feet. Because of the layout of our buildings, most of the buildings are 70 feet off the property line. So it's not like they're right up on where that buffer would be. In fact, there's only 2 buildings, and those are the ones that are adjacent to the entry off Evans that are within 40 feet of the property line. So even though we're asking for a reduction in the buffer to 30 feet, the equivalent relationship of the buildings to the street is actually greater than what you typically require, even with a 50-foot buffer. In exchange for that, one of the things in your mixed-use overlay that was paramount to the residents as we met them over the last many years is the 50-foot buffer that was required along Windfair, for commercial use. We committed to maintain that 50 feet, even though because of the residential use, we're not obligated to. So we're asking we'd like to honor our neighbors' requests and keep that 50 feet as it was originally planned, but request a reduction to 30 feet along Cary Parkway and Evans. Because of the relationship of our buildings, the way they're oriented, they're really going to be attractive buildings. They face Cary Parkway, they face Evans. The elevations that people are going to see when they drive by are very attractive. We're not trying to hide our buildings. We'd like people to be, we're proud of them. We'd like the community to be proud of them. The unique fringe benefit of this request is that we actually have 6,200 square feet more buffer in square feet of buffer with this proposal than we would if we met the town's ordinance. So because of the length of the frontage along Windfair, we actually have a greater square footage buffer with this request than we would otherwise. So that's number one. The second one is probably a little more problematic, but we feel fairly strongly about it, and I think that the residents in this area do too. And that's the comprehensive transportation plan requirement for a 6-lane divided highway with a median on Evans Road south of Cary Parkway. We went back and looked at the genesis of the comprehensive transportation plan to see how this cross-section was arrived at in the beginning and why over the many iterations over the past, I guess now 13 years since this study was done originally, this cross-section was suggested. So we went back to 2000 when the town of Cary commissioned a study to determine what a lot of your streets should look like and what the future holds. And in that study, Wilbur Smith Associates did it, by the way. In that study, there was a projected nearly 30,000 cars per day along this section of Evans Road. We went back and looked at the actual traffic counts over the last, from 1998 to 2011. It went from 9,900 as a high in 1998 down to 8,600 in 2011. And it's been fairly steady with actually the biggest dip in 2003 to 8,200. I guess my point is there's been a fairly consistent volume of traffic in this section of Evans Road for 15 years. And it hasn't even come close to approaching the volume that was originally projected to justify that width of road. I think, and I'm not trying to speak for people who came up with this plan in the first place, but I think that the idea was to try and create a secondary access to the airport along Evans Road, up to Aviation, and then over to the airport. And if you look at the master plan, that cross-section is envisioned from Cary Parkway and then slightly south of Cary Parkway. That slightly south never actually been defined. And up to Aviation. There's not a section within there that meets that standard today. So I guess what we're suggesting is this area really has proven over the last many years not to be an area that demands that level of that road for that level of traffic. It's really more of a neighborhood area, and we're asking that your support in keeping it the way it is, a 5-lane road as it is today. The other waivers are really incidental. They really have to do with the reclaimed water line and the champion trees that we have every intention in the world, by the way, of trying to save. There's a couple on the south side of the property that we are going to try and save, but we want to be honest that because we don't know the grades, we don't know where our final grades are going to end up, there's possible, even though they're not in a building area or a road area, that we may have difficult time saving them just because of the difference in the topography. So we're going to try our hardest. Trees are our friends, but we're not sure we could do it. I think I've just about hit my time, so if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Just would like to point out one thing before the other speakers. The reclaimed water line and waiver to road improvements, those are going to be extracted from the rezoning and presented to the town council as a separate action item when this moves forward, because they are more applicable to site and subdivision plan requirements. So those will still require council action and attention, but those will not actually continue with the actual rezoning case. So,
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak to us on this case?
Hello. My name is Elizabeth Adams. I live at 103 Larkspur Lane in the Silverton subdivision. I wanted to speak today primarily, I have many concerns, but I wanted to speak primarily about stormwater and why I feel the high-density residential proposed for this parcel doesn't leave enough natural areas and areas for infiltration of stormwater so that it doesn't impact residents that currently live along the lake that's shown in green there. Let's see. So existing properties are at risk for flooding. Homes in the Silver Oaks Phase 3 properties were platted within the 100-year storm floodplain, because at the time, the town didn't require them to be platted outside. The properties are actually platted in the floodplain. And homes, especially at the end of Rose Valley Woods and New Rail Drive, are at risk for flooding currently and have complained to the town about flooding in the past. So another issue is that as homeowners discover this and then they may leave and sell their property, there isn't a way for new homeowners to realize that there may be an issue because there are no flood maps yet created by FEMA that take into account the lake. So the existing flood maps only show the flooding that would occur for the historical stream that was there, not for there being a lake on the property. So an increase in impervious surface really equates to more runoff, more stormwater going downstream from the parcel. So I do support the applicant's request that we change the comprehensive transportation plan so that along his frontage, it's not 6 lanes plus a median. I feel that we could recover the streetscape buffer, which would allow more infiltration of stormwater, just by removing the requirement to widen Evans at that parcel to 6 lanes plus a median. It would also protect the recreational area that's used by Silverton, where kids currently walk to the pool with their friends along Evans Road, have to cross the street at that intersection at Windfair Drive, and I feel it's just unsafe to put it in a 6-lane divided highway there. So I also want to speak to why our existing land development ordinance for stormwater is inadequate for this parcel. Peak flow controls for 1-year, 5-year, and 10-year storms control the rate at which stormwater is released, but doesn't reduce the volume of stormwater. The Singh parcel is currently undisturbed forested land, and with the current proposal, it will be completely cleared, and what's called an end of pipe, a stormwater pond will be put there, and it will control peak flow, but eventually that water will drain down to the lake and potentially cause flooding. A proposed solution is to require low-impact development. And there was a study done for this lake that made these recommendations, and I think I've emailed all of you with the results of that study and the recommendations, and I feel that the town really should require a study of this issue, or actually some implementation of the recommendations for this issue. Let's see. So perceived barriers for using low-impact development can be overcome, as you can actually reduce construction costs by using some of the methods. I think that we need to require the streetscape buffers. We need to modify the comprehensive transportation plan to eliminate the road widening requirements. We need to reduce the number of units from 11 units per acre to more of a medium density residential to provide more open space. With this plan, there's no transition between the high-density residential and the existing low-density residential. There is no proposed neighborhood coffee shop or place where residents of Silverton could gather. And another recommendation I would have is to use LEED for neighborhood development, which would require the developer to put in more crosswalks between the existing neighborhood and the proposed development so that people could safely cross the street. There's currently no sidewalk along the other side where the existing homes are, and so the only sidewalk is on their part of the parcel. And students currently wait for the bus along Windfair and have to cross back and forth depending on which way the bus is going. And I just feel like a plan that kind of upgrades this area to plan for pedestrian accommodations would be much better. So I think if we could provide improved pedestrian accessibility between this site and the surrounding uses, provide adequate public open space.
I'm sorry, I hate to do this to you, but I have to cut you off. The light is turned red.
Okay. It will create a vibrant, healthy place to live, and we'd like that. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to address us?
Which one would you like to see? I'm sorry. You want to see the color rendering? Yeah. Okay.
Planning and Zoning Board members, thank you for the opportunity to discuss this important critical project with you. My name is Nels Roseland. I live at 310 Evans Estates Drive. It's just up the street on Evans Road. And I know it's very late. You all have had a very late night. But this is a critical project. It is very important to the North Cary residents and neighborhoods. With this project, you are setting a critical precedent. And should the town of Cary take a long-established planned development district and land use plan for the Silverton neighborhood that was developed in the early 80s and obliterate the commercial designation on this spot and set a precedent with what happens here will have a very important critical domino effect on nearby parcels. About 10 years ago, this developer had a mixed-use project, as he recommended, that with neighborhood concerns or other concerns with the economy at that time, he did not move forward on that project, but the developer across the way also proposed a high-density apartment complex on this 20-acre parcel on the northwest corner. So whatever precedent the town sets with this project could very likely have a, I want the same treatment on my parcel across the street, because both of these kind of large 15, 20-acre parcels have recommended dense apartment complexes in the past, and we're replaying the movie again. So the precedent you set is very important. I would consider, there's a notion that this is consistent with the land use plan. By taking the commercial off of this, to me, what's important, this is, infill on an already developed kind of neighborhood is not easy, but a commercial designation where we could have a restaurant. I appreciate the open space and the public spaces outlined here, but what we need are development proposals that bring the new neighbors in the apartment complex an opportunity to interact with the existing neighbors and develop a standard that sets a precedent for other parcels that can happen that are undeveloped on Cary Parkway. And so I would respectfully ask that you consider lowering the density or changing the mix of uses so some commercial at the corner of Evans Road and Cary Parkway that could benefit this neighborhood and the existing established neighborhoods can still be considered. It's also important that we approve land use changes that have meaningful public spaces, public squares. The 2 or 3 times a year, Silverton has to go to the Herb Young Center for their neighborhood homeowner association meetings. If they could have some kind of shared use agreement with what that parcel's called, the community center located there, the clubhouse. There's an opportunity, instead of a separate kind of patchwork of mosaics where these properties and neighbors don't interact with each other, we could change this plan, set an important precedent, preserve commercial. People bought Silverton. I bought a Silverton home when I first moved to that area because of the promise that I could walk to a restaurant, walk to a grocery store. With the job Cary's done on Weston Parkway, there's 1,300 jobs coming with MetLife on Weston Parkway. That's going to be a lot of demand for commercial. Today, the market study might not show that, but there is demand for commercial. There is opportunity to think about the vision, what we want for these critical kind of intersections, town squares, where we could bring folks together. And I respectfully ask that you raise the bar, keep a high bar in terms of ways we can bring these neighborhoods together, have public uses that can benefit the existing neighborhood with the new neighborhood and the proposed neighborhood, but also preserve some commercial. I'm pessimistic that those 25 acres across the street are going to come up with a commercial plan. If you approve this as it is, they're going to say, I want to be treated just like this parcel, and you're going to have Cary Parkway be kind of a series of dense apartment complexes. That's not the vision I bought when I moved to that part of North Cary. So thank you all for your time tonight.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to address us?
Norm Kelly, 102 West Skyhawk, the other side of Evans Road in Silverton. We already have apartments on the opposite corner. We're getting apartments here. They tried commercial. They seriously looked at commercial. I'd like to see a restaurant there that I could walk to. But if it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. If the restaurants are going to be up on Harrison Avenue, they're going to be up on Harrison Avenue. An ice cream shop there, yeah, it'd be nice. But what's the chances? Eventually, the trees are going away. Nobody's going to stop it. It's zoned commercial. Someday, somebody's going to rip it out and put a warehouse in. The trees are going away. The neighbors have to get used to the fact that the trees are going away. Something is going in there eventually. This is a good plan. These are nice-looking places. I listen to, we don't want this, but if it's going to be there, we want to be able to use sidewalks. We want to be able to use the clubhouse. We don't want them, but we want to take advantage of them when they're there. Both ways. Residents of Silverton have stood in front of planning and zoning and stood in front of the town council and said, it's zoned commercial, force them to put in commercial. They came back with a commercial plan and they went, oh, yeah, but not that. So we've got people looking for having everything, and not everybody gets everything. So I like this plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board, for giving me this opportunity. My name is Safri Liao. I'm one of the owners that is most greatly impacted by whatever develops in the same property. We're at 100 Pebble Ridge Farms Court. If you take a look at that pool, the access there, the driveway that's just across the street of Windfair Drive, that is our driveway. We back out into Windfair Drive. We are very thankful, for the consideration of going away from commercial to residential, but this residential, it seems like they are proposing 11 units per acre. That is not, you would not consider that a transition. I mean, our homes are between a third an acre, and my home right there is half an acre. I thought that Cary prefers a transition, and I think that the proposal is beautiful and all, but the density and the precedence that it's going to set to that whole area is going to really increase that traffic. So much so that initially, I know Singh had been willing to have that access in front of our driveway as an egress only. But because of the traffic that this project is going to bring in, they're saying, no, we have to have both ingress and egress, increasing that traffic again. Directly affecting us, not just us, but that whole cul-de-sac. That cul-de-sac currently has many young children. It's so fun. It's so fun to have young children be able to play in a cul-de-sac. There's a community that happens right there, and the increase in the traffic is going to drastically change the outlook of that whole community. It would be great if it could be, going from single family to high density, if there could be a transition instead of the high density, and if they want residential, sure, but just consider the fact that you're going to that high density, requiring them to have both ingress and egress out of that access. It seems also that each time a plan is proposed, that there's an increase in the number of units that have to be there to make this a viable place. The other thing I would like to ask the board is whether there's a possibility even now to have a speed bump between Cary Parkway and the Pebble Ridge Farms Court, which is across from that access, just to slow down traffic. There's a bus stop right there. Children are going on, the bus right at that corner. Just being able to slow down traffic would help make sure that place is just so much more safe for everyone living in that area. So I really I thank you for this opportunity to be here, and I know that Sing has tried to work with us, tried to but just the whole proposal itself from the beginning was high density, and that's the thing that is hard for us as residents along Windfair Drive to say, welcome. As nice as they are to want to work with us, it's just hard to receive that as a transition. So thank you for staying for this.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address?
Hi, my name is Victor Liao. I am Seffi Liao's better half. I have lived in 4 different nations in my life. I'm so thankful for the opportunity as a proud citizen of the United States of America to be able to bring and show, to let my voice hear, to let my voice be heard. And I've been sitting here since 6:30, and I really want to commend you all for the way you judge the cases. And thank you for your heart and concern for ordinary citizens like me. Like my wife said, we live in this one here. This is the unit that we live. I mean, that we own. Oh, sorry for that one. I'm the owner of the property of the corner between Northwest Cary Parkway and Windfair. And like my wife, I really applaud and welcome Sing's property's decision to change from commercial to mixed use and then to now residential use. However, I, along with some of my friends who live along the Pebble Ridge Farms Court, are concerned with the explosion of traffic along Windfair if Sing Properties' current plan is approved. It's basically out of 2 objectionable points. Number 1 is that Sing's current plan calls for high-density residential. And number 2 is the nature of 2 access points along Windfair, which allows both ingress and egress at both access points. Like my wife alluded, we have a lot of young families with a lot of young children who like to walk along the Windfair Road in the evening walk especially. And Sing's current plan poses a high risk of car accidents. And my hope and my desire is for Sing to reduce the density and more importantly, restrict the access points along Windfair Road to only allow egress at one point, and on the other access point along Windfair Road to have only ingress. This will reduce the car traffic along Windfair Road by half. And this plan of restricting the access points to be egress or ingress only on Windfair Road was actually originally proposed by Sing in their mixed-use plan. So thank you very much for lending your ear and lending your hearts to hear our concern. God bless you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to address us?
Good evening. My name is Mark Lindsay, and I've been a resident of Silver Oaks subdivision for 17 years. 17 years, okay? If you recall, that's even before Cary Parkway went through the neighborhood, okay? So I've seen traffic come and go for 17 years. I've been to every presentation Mr. Singh or Mr. King has presented to the homeowners, and I've seen, changes being made, and I'm not necessarily opposed to the new plan. I am very concerned about the added number of units, what that'll have to our home value. But I'm more opposed to the elimination of the designated separate left and right-hand turn out from Windfair onto Cary Parkway. Again, I've been, well, not necessarily 17 years, but ever since Cary Parkway was put in there, making a right-hand turn every morning as I travel to RTP. And if you've ever traveled that way, you'll know that traffic backs up from the intersection of Evans Road and Cary Parkway through the intersection of Windfair. And if you happen to be behind somebody making a left-hand turn, you'll be there for a while. So I don't necessarily agree with the new traffic study saying that it's less than the multi-use. And in fact, I'm very concerned with the traffic study being done on the week of a holiday, Labor Day week. Okay, so I don't think that's an accurate statement or an accurate study. That's basically it, that I would like to, Mr. King has said at the last hearing that he wasn't opposed to keeping that single designated left-hand turn and right-hand turn, but the traffic study didn't dictate it anymore. I would like to request that remain in the plan for the residents of the residents of Silver Oaks and the new community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Seeing no one approaching the podium, I'm going to close the public hearing and open this case for discussion and questions from the board.
I'll start. I have a traffic question. And while you're coming up, the question is, if I understand correctly, our comprehensive transportation plan calls for Evans Road to be a 6-lane median divided highway. And I guess the applicant was saying, well, maybe it ought not to be. Can you just comment on what drives that designation for the road?
Well, what drives it is a 30-year build-out. This isn't something that happens over a 2-year period. So you have to look at a long-range transportation plan that looks out over a period of 30 years. Our transportation plan, a lot of parameters go into that particular model. It's population expectations, socioeconomic data, housing units in the area, just to name a few parameters that go into that modeling. And again, we update that plan every 5 to 7 years or whatever we do, which we're going through right now. So we'll be looking at that new socioeconomic data to see whether we have merits any changes to our transportation plan. But I think you have to, again, keep it in perspective that it's a 30-year plan, not something that looks at a traffic study at a very microscopic level. And again, the traffic study has nothing to do with our comprehensive transportation plan requirements as well.
So I guess what I'm getting at is, both statements could be true, that I can look out there today and see traffic that I can't imagine why I would need a 6-lane median divided road. Whereas at the same time, it can also be true that, eventually my data shows I'm going to need a 6-lane median divided road, right? Because of the horizons.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with the gentleman's statement that
Right.
The traffic's probably been steady because the data is valid there. But on the other hand, there could be some other things that caused that recession. 5-year recession could have been one of those. So,
thank you.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yes, Brandon, can you go back to one slide which shows the allocation of commercial, residential in the mixed-use area? The total, one slide showed the different square footages.
There are currently 216 multifamily units diagonally situated from this development, and the proposals for an additional 216.
Right, so there's no commercial utilization at this time in this.
No,
at this point.
not at this time, that's correct.
And suppose if the space that's right across from this property, across from the Cary Parkway, if they were to come with a proposal, this is a hypothetical situation for rezoning, would we be looking at this kind of matrix to make sure that it is fairly balanced, right?
Yeah. If the property across the street,
Right.
which is designated for office and institutional, this is vacant here,
Right.
and then this parcel at the end of this cul-de-sac is vacant. If they were to propose something and designate it in the original PDD as office and institutional use, it would require a PDD amendment with a preliminary development plan if they wanted to develop something other than office and institutional.
But if they don't change, then this is the only space left for the commercial.
Correct.
That means it's possible that in this area there may not be any more commercial development.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
While you're on that slide, the numbers that you showed a few minutes ago were what was inside that blue line.
Right, right. Not the overall Silverton PDD, but within the mixed-use overlay
So that-
district.
That did not include, as far as residential, that did not include the area just south of Wind Fair.
Correct. Right, that's not part of the mixed-use overlay district.
Okay, so if we add on those numbers, because they're fairly, close to it, certainly as close as some of the others, the residential would be quite a bit higher and no commercial.
But we don't add those in if it's outside the mixed-use district. But yes, if you were to do that, it would,
Right,
it
so
would be higher.
As
But that's
far
not
as
yet. Right.
people who could actually go to, maybe even walk to, commercial within that
Oh,
area.
I see what you're saying, right, okay. I thought you were just talking about the analysis and how that was done.
No, I agree with your analysis, can understand that, but as far as actually being within walking distance of the commercial. And that really, I think this has already been asked and answered. There's likely or certainly possibly no additional commercial. There's certainly nothing shown on here other than that tract as being commercial. Okay.
Can I follow up on that, John?
Yeah.
I think we heard a reference to this property being, I think the word is tween, suggesting that it was too close to other existing developed commercial tracts to allow viable commercial development. Do you have any idea, if we zoomed out just a little bit, where the other commercial tracts are that impact the viability of commercial here?
I don't have a slide that identifies that. I'm sure the applicant would be happy to shed a little light on what their observations are with that, but I
would like to
have a slide
understand it a
that
little
shows
bit
that.
more because, yeah, you're right. If you're too close to a couple big commercial areas, it's
Right.
kind of hard to justify a very small little pocket of commercial. But it's hard to understand you're tween what, just by looking at
If I
this.
can
Yeah,
provide some
let's see.
information. If you go on the Cary Parkway further,
Here we
I
go.
think west, at the intersection of
Yeah.
54 and Cary Parkway, which is probably about a mile from this intersection, mile and a quarter. That's a big shopping center.
Yeah,
right there.
I'm familiar with that one. Is that one of the ones you were talking about in your tween comment?
And there's the Rose complex at the other end
right,
of Evans
yeah.
Road, about the same distance to the south.
Yeah,
And then
this
there's
is the-
more way up Harrison. But I live in one of the lots you can see here on Harrison, and so
Okay.
I'm quite familiar with the area.
I appreciate the insight.
If I may, and I neglected to mention it before, what exacerbated that phenomena is Park West. When that came in, I realize it's not in Cary, but when that came in, it sucked a lot of the potential stores and commercial users that we may have gotten on our site, because commercial loves critical mass. They love traffic, and that particular project offered all those things, and that actually exacerbated a pre-existing problem. So,
Thank you. Other questions?
I do have a couple more. I asked one I forgot. Ms. Grannon, the streetscape reduction along Evans that's requested is from 50 feet to 30 feet.
Correct.
There's also a streetscape increase along, I think it was Windfair.
Mhm.
What's required there? It was going to 50 feet, but it's from...
Windfair would require just a 30-foot streetscape.
So 30 to 50.
Right. The original Plan Development District provided a 50-foot streetscape. So they're asking to keep that 50-foot streetscape that was part of the original PDD document. It also had a 30-foot designation along Evans and Northwest Cary Parkway, but that's all that would have been required for a commercial development
Just wanted to know
along a
what was
thoroughfare.
From to, so that's the reason. And if I could, this is really sort of to respond to one of the speakers, and I'll do this as a question. Is it true that the speaker who was interested in the speed bump could just contact staff completely independently of this case if she wants to pursue some kind of traffic calming measure in her neighborhood?
That's correct, yeah.
So
That's
for that
something that could
speaker,
be,
if you'll just contact any of the planning staff.
the engineering department actually would look into that and take
sure
into
they will.
consideration that it's a collector road.
Don't need to hook it up to that. Thank you.
But, right, that would not be part of this rezoning.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I've got a curiosity question. You may be able to answer this. Why did the other 25 acres across the road fail as a residential development? What was the history to that?
I'm going to see if Mr. Barker recalls that. It's been a while. It's been a few years. So, yeah, I would be happy to get back to you on that.
It's okay.
But I just don't remember right offhand.
It's not a critical issue.
Okay.
But I was just curious.
There's approximately 20 acres across the street and then another 5 acres at the end of the cul-de-sac.
You're not aware of what the history of that was, sir?
Across the street?
Yes, sir.
I only know there was one developer that came in looking to do, I assume, some office on the front and then mostly residential. It didn't work out, but other than that, I really don't know.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Rogers? Yeah.
Well,
Perhaps a motion?
I don't understand why we want to have a 6-lane section up here when we haven't done it heading down to aviation. I understand we got some future growth going on. I've traveled this road like the other gentleman said that spoke out, Citizen. I've traveled this intersection probably for 13 years almost, going westbound on Evans heading to aviation. And matter of fact, I've even been rear-ended just past Cary Parkway, where people are trying to make a left into the office development in there. But I just don't see this road necessitating a 6-lane median strip. I was rather surprised when I saw it on that list of main thoroughfares that Cary expected.
And if I may interrupt, please, just wanted to remind you that that issue will be pulled out separately as this plan moves forward.
And so we're not really, even though that's in our
Correct.
packet,
Yeah.
that's not something that we have to concern ourselves.
It's good to be aware of it, but in terms of evaluating this plan, the things for you to look at are the use, the number of units, the density, the buffer reductions.
Okay.
All of
helps.
those issues, general layout of the buildings, open space.
Oh, one other last question. The staff report mentioned that something would be done to replace those champion trees. Explain
Correct.
what that is. I haven't run into that before.
We do have a requirement in our ordinance in Chapter 7 that has a formula for a replacement, planting replacement. If a champion tree is removed, there are specific standards of revegetating. And I can look that up for you. Don't have that memorized, but the applicant would be obligated to comply with that standard.
But these would be
They
much
wouldn't.
smaller
Oh,
trees, obviously.
absolutely, yes, it would take, it would
There's
take.
no way you're
a-
going to replace the tree.
I can look that
That's-
up if you'd like to know. I've got the ordinance with me.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Barker will get that for us.
Yeah, ultimately, they have to count for the inches of the tree they're cutting down and put smaller trees
The total length.
throughout the site. That's ultimately what they do.
Okay, thank you.
He made it look so easy, didn't he?
Yes. Other questions? If not, can we have a motion, please?
I'll try one, and we'll see what happens to get us moving here. I move that we forward case 12 REZ 30 Singh property to the town council with a recommendation for denial as it is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and other applicable plans, and denial is reasonable in the public interest for the reasons set forth in the staff report and presentation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
And I'll speak to why, since we had a second, if I may. I've lived in this area. My lot showed up on some of those for 19 years and have watched the various proposals for this area come through. And I will postulate that the reason that many of them didn't work, and I'm not in the business of development, was because they all seem to try and pack whatever the mix was, 10 pounds into a 5-pound bag. And I think this one does it again. I have been known to say on many occasions that I disagree with Mr. Roseland. Tonight, I agree with Mr. Roseland. I thought he said it very well. This is the last opportunity to have commercial there. I think commercial services make a lot of sense there. And frankly, what it really boils down to is I cannot support something called mixed density that's nothing but high-density residential. It's not mixed at all. It loses all the commercial component. And if it had a mix of uses and more reasonable density, then I think it could work and also be economically viable. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Other comments?
Yes,
Mr. Warner first.
okay. Go ahead.
I oppose the project, again, for reasons that I gave for other projects we had reviewed tonight, is that I think the transition is horrible. To go from the high-density proposed to the single-family homes to the south is a very poor transition as far as I'm concerned. Number two, I have other times with other cases expressed an interest for mixed use. It would seem that that property would be ideal for a mixed use between residential and commercial to create some type of walkable community, also as an asset, not only for the residential that would be used or built on the subject property, but also commercial that could be enjoyed by the surrounding neighborhoods. Again, I just think that this is a poor project for that property there and is in conflict with the neighborhoods to the south.
Other comments? Mr. Shaw.
Yes, I have many reasons for opposing the project, most of which have already been addressed. One thing I will say, I'm always sorry when somebody makes an investment which turns out to be not a good investment, which this is, but I've certainly been in that position myself, and I imagine most of the rest of us have. You win some, you lose some. So, understand that someone planning to put a major shopping center here could take the risk and make the bet and then find out other people have beaten them to the market and they lose. That happens. Transition-wise, I agree with Ms. Warner. It's probably the worst transition situation I've ever seen, going from 3-floor apartments, very high-density apartments, directly across the street, and you end up with single-family homes. Not that big a fan of mixed use, but I think it does have a place, and this is a place where it would work out very well if at least part of this parcel would be maybe a lower intensity. It probably wouldn't be a shopping center due to the competition, but more of a neighborhood type, commercial, restaurants, coffee shops, whatever, that type of thing, I think would fit very nicely in here, be a good gathering place for the community, and there's certainly a big community around it. Ms. Adams spoke earlier, and we've received email about the stormwater problems associated with this, which is another factor. One thing that hasn't been addressed that thoroughly, and so I will, is the traffic, just to say that looking at the traffic analysis report, I see that, well, first I've driven on Windfair Drive and seen the children playing alongside the street, walking along the sidewalks, because of the fact that this is a residential neighborhood to the south of Windfair. We're talking about a 72% increase in the number of left-hand turns going from Windfair onto Cary Parkway in the morning. That's a very sizable increase that is purely just not background, but on top of the background for this project. Likewise, 57% increase from Windfair onto left-hand turns onto Evans. They are significant, and that increase in traffic is very significant to families that have children that play in that area. So for all of those reasons, I'm opposed to this project.
Other comments? Mr. Gascon.
Couple of points regarding the commercial aspect of this property, and the statement this is a tweener type of property. I mean, I would agree. You have Harrison Point at one area, Park West and Park Place. You have the Arboretum up there. And if this was to go residential, and then there's the property across the street, we've done this enough, we're doing it tonight. If commercial wanted to come into the property across the street, they would have every ability to come to us and ask for the plan to be amended for commercial. So I don't feel the fact that if we take commercial away here, we're never going to get commercial in that area. So, you know, this is the process for somebody to change that back into commercial. So I'm okay if this went residential and not having that commercial component. But the one thing that I do find disturbing with this, and staff pointed it out at the very beginning, that unlike our earlier discussions, these plans are binding. So the 216, the design, if I'm correct, that design is what they have to build. Mm-hmm. Unlike earlier, they want to change it later on down the road, they're capable of changing it within that zoning designation. And I do think 216 is too many on this property. If it was lower, I have no problem with this being residential. But currently as it is, they're beautiful places. I mean, if you go to sitting here, I did go to the website up in Novi, Michigan, and Novi is a very nice community. I know it well. I'm from Michigan. These facilities look gorgeous. I just think 216 is too many.
Any other comments? Well, I'm going to pipe in here. I really, really like this project, but not here. We're putting high-density residential right next to single-family. We harp over and over again about transitioning densities. Well, this most certainly is not a transition of densities. I think this project is gorgeous. I would love to see it in a case where we had some medium-density residential, some townhouse developments buffering it from a single-family residential neighborhood. So I can't support this project as it is simply because it just violates too many of our design principles.
I do have a comment. I'm going to vote against the motion. I've seen, like Mr. Miller, I don't live in the neighborhood, but there were several of us who are on the board now who were involved when Sing came through with their commercial mixed-use project. What's striking to me about tonight is we've had a few speakers, but when we had that mixed use come through, we just had an enormous outcry from the neighborhood. And I don't see anything like that going on here. And that's not to in any way discredit the comments that have been made, because I certainly see those concerns. But I think commercial is not viable on this site. When at the termination of Evans Road at 54, when they wanted to bring a restaurant in, they ended up with a Jimmy John's and a Starbucks because they could not get that out parcel at Lowe's sold. And so I think it's unrealistic to expect commercial to develop here, and I think it's a beautiful project. So I'm going to oppose the motion to deny.
Other comments? Seeing none,
I'll put my 2 cents worth in. I wish Mr. Roseland's desires could be met with something that would make this a true mixed-use development, like Mr. Warner is saying he likes and I like. I just think that the world is sometimes not the way you want it, and I'd like this to be a little less dense. The traffic issue for me, John, is that most of this egress is going to come out of 2 ends of this trapezoid here, and it's not going to be a lot of traffic that goes in between these 2 exits, so that doesn't trouble me quite as much as it apparently does you. I'd just like to see less of this, but I'm not sure that we're going to get that, and I don't know what the plateau is for appropriate transition. I mean, what's the number? What's the bingo number? It's something very subjective. It's a feeling about the whole enchilada, and what it ought to be for this piece of ground, I don't know. So I'd like to send this to council with some recommendation, but we're going to have to either accept the full number or not, and I just think this is the only thing that's going to work here.
Seeing no other comments, I'm going to call this for a vote. Now, just a reminder, the motion is a motion to deny. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Hands. So I get that to be 6, 7? 6. All those in opposed to the motion? I get that 6-3. And then we're going to move right on to 12 REZ 29, the Glen Air project.
Thank you. This is a request submitted by Paul Gregg, the Executive Director of Glen Air, to either remove or amend existing zoning conditions for approximately 0.75 acres located at 802 and 804 Kildare Farm Road. The vicinity map shows the subject property north of West Cornwall Road and Kildare Farm Road. There's an aerial view that's an older image. There is no longer a house on the subject property. There was one there at one time, but both parcels are vacant. This is a vicinity map that shows you the existing Glen Air retirement community and the 2 parcels here at the intersection. The existing zoning is office and institutional conditional use. The existing zoning conditions eliminated driveway cuts to West Cornwall and Kildare Farm Road and stipulated that access to the site would be from within the Glen Air campus. There was a 50-foot streetscape provided on Kildare Farm Road and West Cornwall, and some ambiguous language about using existing plant material to the maximum extent possible. That future development would be architecturally consistent with the Glen Air Cottage development, and development would be limited to one-story cottages, either a single-family or duplex design consistent with Glen Air retirement community architecture standards and meeting a R12 density. The applicant has proposed to change the zoning condition regarding the one-story cottages. They're looking to put in a 3-story multifamily building, still architecturally consistent with development in the Glen Air community, that the building would have a maximum of 18 dwelling units. There's also some clarification in the staff report that the density would be consistent with LDO standards. I heard from one of the board members asking for some clarification about that. Right now, the density cap is 12 dwelling units per acre. This is just under an acre, so today, by today's standards, unless the property were recombined into the overall Glen Air site, they would be limited to just 9 units, unless at some point in time, I'll explain, unless there's an amendment to the ordinance that increases density for this type of development, life care communities. And that is something that staff will be bringing forward at a later date. There's still language that would keep access from internal to the site, just a clarification that that would be from Wheelock Road. And wanted to just clarify as well that the language regarding the streetscape buffers is proposed to be removed, and the ordinance would dictate. And so Kildare Farm Road would still require a 50-foot streetscape. The applicants asked that the condition for a 50-foot streetscape on West Cornwall not be there any longer, and that the ordinance would dictate, and that would require a 30-foot streetscape on West Cornwall Road. The land use plan designation is high-density residential. The subject property is not impacted by stream buffers, according to our GIS maps. There are no impacts with parkland or greenway trails, because these dwelling units function like apartments, because they would have individual entrances and kitchen facilities. There would be an expectation for a recreation payment per unit in accordance with the ordinance. Kildare Farm Road is a thoroughfare, and West Cornwall is designated on our comprehensive transportation plan as a collector roadway. Kildare Farm Road does have an existing C-Tran route. And this slide shows you the notification of adjacent property owners. There were no protest petitions, and staff has not received any inquiries from any adjacent property owners. We had one question during the public hearing. A council member just asked for clarification on how building heights worked. And this is an explanation for you that there would be a 35-foot limit on the building height if the property is within 100 feet of a residential zoning district. If greater than 100 feet from a residential zoning district, the building height could go up to 50 feet. And this shows the current section on Kildare Farm Road is approximately 80 feet and approximately 55 on West Cornwall. And as you may recall, the height may be increased by 1 foot for every foot of additional setback provided. At this time, a representative for the property owner is here, hopefully still here. Here a few hours ago. Yes, he is still here. Mr. Turner, do you have any comments that you'd like to make on this? Just available for questions if you have any questions. Okay. So there have been no changes since this was initially presented, so therefore there is no public hearing, but I'm certainly available if you have questions, as is the applicant.
Thank you. Questions? I appreciate it's late, but we can't have nothing to ask, right?
I have one. This, the dwelling unit issue that you addressed and consistency with the LDO versus, they're requesting 18, but I think you said the LDO would only allow 9 on this, so.
Based on it being 0.75 acres, right, unless there was an ordinance amendment, or if the property lines were recombined, if it became all part of one large parcel. And so those are site plan issues that staff would be charged with making sure that we enforce whatever the current ordinance standards are at the time development plan is submitted.
So at this moment, it would be limited to 9,
Correct.
but there are anticipated ordinance amendments. and in fact,
They're
that
optimistic that that's
so-
something that would be supported.
18 might happen, but
Mm-hmm.
would be, okay, that clarifies it. Thank you.
Other questions?
Just to make sure, following up your question, that means if this rezoning is approved, they will be able to build tomorrow only 9 units and no more?
Right, right. Unless they were to recombine the property into
Right.
the larger tract. Correct.
All right, thank you.
And then that would be a staff judgment approval through the site plan process?
Correct.
Just like normal, okay.
Other questions? We must be worn out. In that case, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move that we forward case 12 REZ29 Glen Air to council with the recommendation for approval, finding that it's consistent with our comprehensive plan and all other applicable documents.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Hearing no discussions, all those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Did that carry unanimously? Yes, it did.
I move that we adjourn.
Do we have a second? We have,
Lots of seconds.
excuse me. You have,
Yeah, can I get one thing in the record?
Sure.
I would just like to commend, especially our last applicants. Thank you very much for staying. I know this was a very long night. 5 hours to reach the last agenda item, 5 hours to reach a consensus on the next to the last. I brought this up once before. This is our chart, but I think we can do better for the individuals that are sitting out there waiting 5 hours. We've talked about not having this many items on the agenda, breaking this up into 2 meetings, that type of thing. I think this is an example of something that we can work on in the future. I think 5-hour meetings, again, for us, I'm all in, I'm fine. But I feel bad for the individuals who have families and children to get home to that sit 5 hours in our audience.
well, let's be specific. We have a work session coming up. Why don't we ask that this be put on the agenda for that work session to see if we can't come up with a firm proposal?
Sure.
Do we need to
Thank you.
vote on my motion?
We need to vote on, you made a motion to adjourn, right?
Yes, I did.
We need a second?
There were lots of seconds.
We had a couple seconds. I'm not even going to allow discussion. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. That motion carries unanimously.
I don't think they're debatable, are they?
This has been a production of Cary TV. Visit the Town of Cary's website at townofcary.org.